Hello. I'm looking at my phone. That's where the chat is. We're supposed to be having a debate today, or discussion. Hello. I'm looking at my phone. That's where the chat is. My God. Echo. Oh, I hate the echo. Hold on. Oh. There you go. Fixed it. Once and for all, I hope. Alright. There we go. Oh my gosh. So not nice. Alright. We'll see if anything happens. Start. Sword in hand, a warrior clutches stone to breast, fidgeting like a mother by beast. Tiger. Titslops.
Greetings. Good choice. Will that be all?
Oh yeah.
I'll wait.
Tavern. Hold on. I've already mastered this job. Look.
Something? Very well.
The gallant knight has been mastered. Because I have Ultima. So I had changed the job now to
Feels good.
Fuse good.
What is it?
What is it? Wait, really? I've mastered the knight? Thief and Gelmancer.
I understand.
Go, Mousy.
You have my attention.
Hey. Oh, okay. Thief.
Keen is mastered. What do you need?
A warm welcome. Want to earn some gil? Who do you have in mind? How long will you permit for this? Anyone? Understood.
Understood.
Anything else? Thank you. Welcome. Make it. Want to earn some news? Right then.
We could not have hoped for a better outcome. I never thought we'd achieve any. There's more. We discovered a site of historical import.
Another. Congratulations. Your standing as an adventurer has improved.
Well, damn. But it doesn't do anything apparently, so it's meaningless. The useless thing that doesn't do anything is increased. That's great. That's cool.
I'd consider that a job well done.
True.
Anything else I can come back? Welcome. Mike, nothing wrong. Need anything, mate?
Fight. Oh.
Of course. You can rely on me.
'Tis time. My turn, is it? Lead the way.
To battle!
No. Go on, man, you learn. Titslops. Oh, wait. What are you wearing? What? He has nothing equipped. Crazy. Insane. You whelp. You got nothing equipped. Oh, Lucy, I went to Hard Rock Casino with my mom because we had points to eat for free at the buffet. It's got a lot of options. I just some wasabi and sherry. Oh. Did you play in the casino? Did you do roulette or blackjack? I'm gonna have a discussion slash debate in a bit. Isn't that exciting?
My turn. The battle is ours.
must.
Look at that.
Not my finest hour. I've lived through worse. I am bested.
Aww.
Come on. If I must.
Ugh.
I've lived through worse. Better end this quickly.
Aha.
If I must. You're done for.
Aha. See? I'm doing well.
It's looking dire.
Now it's looking good. Actually. Things are looking good.
This bodes ill.
Better end this quickly.
Aha, we won. Hello, convenient Estelle. What's up? In 5 minutes, we're supposed to have the discussion slash debate. Isn't that exciting? We'll see if it will happen this time.
What is it?
We'll be discussing Alexander Dugin.
What is it?
Who is it?
You have my attention. All right then. What is it?
Oh.
Good day to you. What'll it be?
Hold on. We have to make sure. Okay, I wrote the person. I hope we are getting in there. Great Lorraine, where are you? Wow, you all fled because you've seen FF Tactics. You all fled when you saw FF Tactics. Hold on.
Come back soon.
You're here for Final Fantasy Tactics? I know what I'll do. Exit game. That's enough for now. For this intellectual pursuit, we're going to have to play the most intellectual game of them all. Okay? Yeah. There's only one game that we can play for the discussion. Where is it? Where's the game? Oh, GS. Here we go. I'm gonna turn it on. Browser. Whoa! Oh my god! Oh my god! Play human.
Game started.
Wow! I'm white. Yes. For the sake of the discussion, we'll be playing the most intellectual game of all. Building territory like peasants. Would you like to have white hair? That's basically just like being. Isn't that just having gray hair? Won't that happen to me? My profile picture doesn't have white hair, it has blonde hair. It has little white stripes in it here. It's highlights, but this is yellow. Oh, the person is ready to call. Oh my god, this is exciting. All right, I'm calling. Start voice call. Oh my goodness. Hold on, I will mute the game.
Hello?
Hello. Oh my
Trying
gosh, I can hear you. Perfect.
Okay, great.
Nice.
Trying to get the visual.
Oh, you
See,
have
I'm
a
not,
camera?
um, allow Discord to take pictures, record video.
Turn on
Um,
camera. You should have that option.
oh
Yes.
yeah, okay.
Yes.
Let's see, but I
But
can't get the
it's
angle.
but it's
Where
just
is?
it's pointing at a
Oh, it's facing the other way. Oh, damn! There's no way to flip it, huh?
it's pointing
So
at
then I have
a
to.
corridor.
It's what, yeah. So because can you make it flip around? And I don't know. I guess that would be on my phone.
It should
I mean, can
be.
Discord make it?
Are you calling from your phone? You should have yes,
Oh,
there
here we
you
go.
go.
Here we go. Yeah, I
Yep,
got it.
there you go.
Perfect.
Yep. Perfection.
Okay.
Hello.
Hey. Yeah. So I don't know
Okay.
exactly how we're gonna conduct this discussion
It's okay, we're
of
gonna
the
figure.
legendary Lucy show.
Yes. Well, I'm not sure if it's so legendary, but you know, I'm
Oh,
doing
so
my best.
advertised. I don't know. Yeah.
So
Are there
maybe
viewers? I don't know. I don't have your YouTube feed. Do you have live viewers?
something like
Oh,
that.
there you are.
There were more viewers last time, but we were not able to make it happen.
Yeah. Sorry about the inconvenience of that. It's too bad we didn't capitalize on that. Those viewers'
Yes, yes, yes. But it's okay.
presence.
It's okay. Maybe people will watch the VOD. There's no viewers
Yeah, of
for
course
its
they could.
convenience,
They don't
but
have to be live. I guess they could get it later on.
yep.
Um, yeah. So Dugin.
So maybe you could tell me or the future audience a bit about yourself and how this whole thing came about.
Um, well, I mean, I came to Dugin because I just thought he was intelligent, and then I started looking at his. I regarded them as anthropology seminars, and then I looked at his Pneumachia seminar, and relative to people like Leo Strauss and people like Martin Heidegger and the things that I've studied, I thought they were pretty intelligent. And so I kind of went from there. I just think a lot of what he says makes sense. The political stuff for me is it's important, but it's not. To me, I feel like the thinking part of the community is sort of has to
Well, it's
step
intertwined.
back from the.
It's intrinsically linked, his political views.
It is. It is. Um,
I would go as
I
far
mean, I
to
had
say
kind of,
that his politics inform his philosophy.
well, that's always temptation, and it's also a question what we mean by politics. I think modern politics is always kind of playing games and something. It's like a bad word, but politics in the whole tradition, political philosophy starts with. It's generally agreed political philosophy starts with Plato. It's like 2400 BC, and they're just talking about a community kind of rises up from ethnos, as Dugin's talking about in his ethnos sociology, and becomes a polis or political.
Well,
And so I think the meaning of politics has changed. So it's kind of that adds an extra level of
the problem with
difficulty.
Dugin's philosophy is that it basically works as a propaganda piece for the Russian state.
Yeah, I understand that view. I appreciate that view. And I think there's a kind of, I have a sort of, in Heideggerian terms, my Ereignis or my Ereignisspaltung is kind of, it's a double event because I think I totally understand and appreciate the sort of your view and, or like, I think your view is similar to Ursula von der Leyen and Merz and all these people. Russia's attacked Ukraine and Russia's the aggressor. I see also I don't know if you ever look at Jeffrey Sachs or Mertzheimer. They have their view is in the
I
long
have
term.
looked, but Mersheimer is less a philosopher than an international relations scholar.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, just to establish, I mean, it's not really a philosophic view to say Russia attacked Ukraine. It's just
No,
common sense. I don't know. I mean, I don't agree with the notion of that so much, but it's just obvious, and
well,
anybody can appreciate that.
it's just fact that Russia attacked Ukraine. It's not
But
even
I think it's also
doesn't even have anything to do with common sense per se.
right. It's just obvious, right? But I think it's also obvious what Sachs and for me, it's all for uh, how can I say? I think it's also obvious that the NATO, or not to say America, the Western Alliance, whatever, is menacing Russia and wants to and ultimately Russia has something like a natural right to self-defense. And in the long term, if you look at it, that's happening at the same time, so that Russia is the victim of this huge NATO bloc that's attacking them,
Russia is the
and so that
victim of
there's a double vision. There's a double vision,
Russia is
and
the
from
victim.
and I think
Can you elaborate on that?
well, do you want me to make the type of argument that Jeffrey Sachs and Mersheimer make to show that? I mean, it would.
Sure.
Let me just say one thing, but then I could say more. One thing is, since World War, well, let me say from the philosophical point of view, Leo Strauss tries to elaborate a teaching of natural right based ultimately on sort of Cicero and Roman law.
Mm-hmm.
And what he says is, if the enemy is very unscrupulous, then the most decent society may be compelled to use unscrupulous means in order to self-defense. So there's somebody came out with a book not long ago that documented 64. It's called something like covert regime change, and it documented 64. Sorry, you were going to say something.
No, I'm listening. I'm
It
just
documented it documented 64 coups or regime changes carried out by the CIA. I mean, this is good scholarship. It's not a conspiracy theory. Coups or regime changes from 1947 to 1989 carried out by the CIA. 64 regime changes, 64 topplings of government. So if you have somebody, and then let's say add to that Gaddafi, who made a speech in the UN, and 2 years later he's dead and the country's in ruins, and other such Syria, etc. I feel like Russia is genuinely Eigenless.
Syria.
There's a actual menace, actual threat to Russia, and it's obvious. It's just the
Wait, who is an obvious threat to Russia?
NATO, Western Alliance, America, however you want to, the people
Why
that carry out all these
why is it
coups,
obvious?
because they are systematically. So let me frame it another way. Can I frame it another way? Because they're systematically toppling governments and doing politics that make self-rule impossible.
NATO
So, for
is
instance,
toppling governments.
well, NATO, if NATO is part of Western Alliance and part of American policy.
NATO is not part of American policy.
Well, let's just say America then, if you reject that argument. I think NATO is basically, I think NATO more, if NATO means the European community and people like Mertz and I forget the name of the Dutch guy that just came in, and Ursula von der Leyen, um, uh, other similar people, and all the people connected to Davos. I think it's interconnected because after World War II, I mean, I could keep expanding on this, but let me just make this one little point is like Condoleezza Rice said like recently I heard her say, talking about Germany.
Mhm.
Germany does not have a deep defense team. And then she says, because we didn't want them to. We wanted them to be part of NATO, meaning America after World War. And so it's like America is going around saying, we want this country to divide and conquer it. Germany after World War II divided up, no
Divide
longer
and
military
conquer it.
threat.
What do you mean by
I think
divide and
that's,
conquer it?
well, specifically Germany after World War II. So it's East, West Germany, but also there were other sectors
Well,
initially.
it wasn't the US saying we are dividing and conquering Germany. It was the USSR and the US and other countries
Yeah, all
dividing
the
Germany
victors
into
of
spheres
World
of
War II, yes.
occupation. So
We're gonna
it
neutralize
was
this.
not the US just dividing and conquering Germany. It was Germany ultimately coming into the sphere of having its well becoming part of the East and the West, the Iron Curtain. It wasn't the US
But
dividing
also
and
become
conquering.
masculization in the hard sense of these people
Can
are
you
not
repeat
willing to
that?
Sitzpinkler, in other words, people males that urinate sitting down
Also,
as the
it's
national norm,
important. At,
which seems to be
there's so many
demasculating
things
them
here.
in a sense, but
There's so
maybe it's
many.
not. But
Yeah.
okay, maybe that's not straightforward. But I link that to the fact that most Germans are not willing to fight for. They're against being drafted into the army, right? So that's sort of an issue right now with Merz saying we're no longer we're not at war, but we're no longer at peace. This frenemy zone that Merz
Okay, can you
is
repeat?
setting up.
I've lost a lot of that. Can you repeat?
What I'm saying, yeah, that Merz, that there seems to be a um, since World War II, Germany has uh, lost the will to fight because it's been brought into an economic mentality, and it's
An
shown by the
economic
statistics,
mentality.
meaning that the meaning of our existence is sort of how well are we going to eat? Are we going to have good housing? The whole London Economic Times kind of vision of life, the Maslow pyramid type of thing, and
That's
not saying
that's not a modern. The Maslow pyramid does not describe a modern phenomenon. It just describes basic human needs in general.
it could be applied at any time. But what I'm saying is, in some countries, there's a high willingness to fight for the country, as shown by statistics. In Germany, almost everyone says, no, we're not willing to join the military. That's sort of the hard bottom line of it. And the fact that Condoleezza Rice says, we wanted them to be that way. We wanted them not to have the defense chief. We wanted them to have a shallow defense chief.
Okay, why do you
That's,
think?
that,
Why
I
do you
mean,
think after World War II, Europe did not really want Germany to be militaristic?
because they wanted the Western alliance to have peace through policing control or military control.
What military control?
Therefore, it means that the other countries are really more like provinces and not really sovereign. And so I think that's what Russia is trying to avoid.
I'm sorry. What are you? What are you talking about? What provinces?
I'm saying
What
that
military control? Whose military control?
Germans by and large are not willing to fight for their country, whereas Russians are. So
Well, Russians
but
are not
before World
willing
War
to
II, they
fight.
were.
Well, Russians are not willing to fight for their country. What do you think Putin is not able to
Well,
mobilize
they're
the
actually
citizens?
de facto fighting.
Well, no,
Well, let me try another way.
Putin has not been
Well,
able
okay,
to
you
do.
don't. I understand. You don't accept that. You don't see. I accept that
No,
it's obvious that Russia has invaded Ukraine,
no,
and that I understand and
it's I'm
appreciate that.
no,
You don't accept that
no, it's not a matter of
it's
opinion. It's
obvious that
fact.
Russia is being menaced.
Putin
What?
has not been able to do a full full mobilization. Why do you think that is? The one
Well, I
time
don't
that
know that he.
he
I
tried
mean,
to mobilize is when his popularity really dropped. He has been avoiding it ever since.
well, not every Russian. Of course, not every Russian is wants to fight, but there's a much higher percentage than there are in the countries of the European community.
No, not really.
But let me put it. Let me make another state. Let me just try it from another angle.
Sure.
Before World War II, there was the British Empire. Okay, and if you go back to the 19th century and you read British sources, they're always saying horrible things about the Russians. Oh, the Russians, the Slavs, subhuman. They have these horrible methods of war, whereas we, the British, are more humanitarian and etc. And then after World War II, the British Empire and the um, financial system, the sterling as the global support currency went away, and the dollar comes in with Brendan Woods, and then America takes over the same position as the British Empire in a way, and they hate Russia also.
The British Empire did not particularly hate Russia.
At all the sources I read, that's what I get. They're always on the edges of the sort of Eurasian frontier. They were in Persia or Iran. They're in Afghanistan, and they're always saying the Slavs are savages,
Yeah,
pretty
the
much.
Slavs are not just Russia. You know that, right? I'm Polish.
Yeah,
You
but
know
that's
that
what I
Polish
mean.
people are
But I
Slavs,
mean,
right?
when they talk about the Eastern Slavs, right? That used to include Ukraine and Belarus, but now we say Ukraine is totally separate. All of a sudden.
Well, it is. It always has been. Slav is not
But
a
juridically, it
nationality.
is.
Sorry, what?
Well, that's the point. I mean, so let's get let's. All right. So I mean, you don't agree with that point. I understand. I mean, you don't agree that Russia is really being menaced by the West, but to me, it seems like they are. But
It's
I also
okay.
see that Russia is attacking Ukraine
How is Russia being menaced by the West? I'd like to know.
because they don't want to become like Germany or become like another country that's no longer really sovereign, but really just under the American umbrella, under the NATO umbrella. Part of the thousand. I mean, NATO has 1,000 military bases all over the world. How many does Russia have? Like a handful.
Yeah, but it's because Russia has a lot of military bases. What do you mean?
They have a few. They
Russia,
have like
not a few.
a
Russia, it's
dozen or
like
something.
Russia extends its
Well,
influence.
look
I
it up.
mean,
I don't know the
the
number, but
influence
it's
it's
much.
waving, but
It's not. It's nothing comparable to 1,000.
yeah, but that's because Russia is just weaker than the US. It doesn't mean that it does not want to extend its influence all over the world.
Well, yeah, but if you're weaker, then your need for self-defense becomes more desperate.
Against what?
Against the real big bully in the world.
What do you
I
mean?
mean, China can defend itself, but Russia it's a little harder. It just has to say, well, we have nuclear power.
Yeah, and that a deterrence that would stop NATO from attacking ever. There's no stronger deterrence than nuclear deterrence.
Maybe. I mean, they attacked. Yeah, and then they keep attacking Iran to keep Iran from getting nuclear weapons, right?
So what exactly is this danger that forced quote
Well,
unquote Russia to attack Ukraine?
I think the idea is Russia wants to be able to make its own decisions
Well, Russia
in
is
a
clearly
similar. I
making
mean,
its own decisions.
let me give an analogy and see if it makes any sense to
Okay.
maybe I don't know if your viewers are writing in or not. If it makes any sense to anyone, um, it when Elon Musk took over Twitter, a lot of Democrats, American Democrats, started something called, it might have already existed, but they shifted over to something called Blue Sky. And basically,
Hmm.
it's because they didn't want to be sort of governed in their social media doings by Elon Musk. So it's
Hmm.
sort of the same thing on a different, and on,
Well, no, because countries
we
are
have
not
these.
social media pages. They're not
No,
companies.
but it's sort of okay, but you don't. So I mean, I think it's like Russia doesn't want to be under the norms constantly. Every time Washington, controlled by a wayward, irrational idiot, Donald Trump, decides to play some game, put out some script or something, Why should Russia have to jump to that script? That's what
What
they
are
want to
you?
be
What
insulated
script?
from that shit. Whatever Donald Trump is irrational, right? He's in charge. He's in charge of the military that controls 1,000 military bases all around the world. They don't want to be behest to that all the time. They don't want to have to answer to that all the time. So they're trying to create a zone where they're relatively sovereign or independent. That's the way I see it.
Okay, how does Trump endanger? Okay, first of all,
Because he's
Russia
the head of the
invaded Ukraine
military of the
far
world,
long
basically.
before Trump.
He's murdering people off the coast of Venezuela. I mean, he just decides to kill people off the coast of Venezuela,
Okay,
right?
Russia
There's
invaded
some ships
Ukraine in
going by. He says, "Oh,
2000.
I'm going to kill these people."
Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014. That was long before Trump.
Well, that's why I'm trying to show that it goes back hundreds of years, basically. British Empire, and then after World War II,
What
you
goes?
have
What goes back?
the Western Alliance.
What goes back?
The will. So let me put it in another way. A slightly amusing phrase. The German Sloterdijk, the theorist, the Peter Sloterdijk, he came out with a book called Critique of Cynical Reason a little before.
You do realize that in World War One, Russia was on the side of Great Britain, right?
There's been a lot of alliances, and they used to speak. I know they used to speak French, and I mean, I think the ruling class of Russia
Well,
used to speak French before the Soviet Revolution, before the Bolshevik Revolution. But
no,
I think, well, you say no, but I think it's true.
that's not true.
Alexander, this. Well, you say no definitively, but I would still maintain that that's a lot. I think the ruling class of Russia spoke better French, and they had to talk about anything sophisticated than they did Russian
Can
prior to
you
the
source
Bolshevik
that
Revolution.
claim for me?
I would say Donald Treat Gold, the scholar of Russia, has written like a lot of big um, books on Russia, and I would say many. I mean, I think that's you could even go to Grok and immediately get that. I think it's very well known. But that's totally beside the point. That's not. I mean, that's not a big issue. I think if we get close, let's try to get closer to. This is too contentious because I think if we could get closer to what Dugin's trying to do through this remark of Peter Sloterdijk was saying. History is back from its vacation. But what is that? He said something like Dame Urlaub, der Geschichte, history is back from its vacation, and alluding to this series of people, Hegel, Kochev, and finally, at the time of the end of the Soviet Union, Fukuyama. Remember, are you guys, are your chat people and yourself familiar with this claim of the end of history made by Francis Fukuyama in
Yes, I'm
1989?
familiar.
So it's like he's claiming the liberal democratic way of governing. Anybody who is not totally crazy should adapt this way of governing. So I think that's what I'm saying. That's what's menacing Russia. They're saying we don't want this liberal democratic way of governing. Some Russians do, of course, but they're saying if we want that, we want to decide for ourselves. We don't want a covert regime change to decide it. We don't want the CIA to decide it.
Who was
We don't want
ever
military pressure
threatening
to
a
decide it.
regime change in Russia?
Well, I think if rationally, if there's been 60, if just between 47 and
Russia has
89,
been enacting
1989,
regime changes.
well, I would say sort of like if the CIA is doing that, then any country, however decent people they have to adapt the unscrupulous means of
Russia
the
has been
enemy.
enacting regime
What can they
changes
do?
before the
It's
US even
self-defense.
existed.
Well, so if countries are doing that, then both countries have to be unscrupulous just for self-defense, don't they?
What do you
I mean,
mean?
that's what have a right to self-defense. I mean, that would be kind of the
Self-defense
bottom
from
line
what?
and kind of natural right from having unscrupulous foreign militaries overthrow their public officials, govern them, sort of put them in the situation where Elon Musk is controlling them instead of whoever used to control Twitter,
Elon,
that kind of thing.
Twitter
they're
is a
uncomfortable and they're
social media
uncomfortable.
page. What does that have to do with anything?
People felt uncomfortable when Elon Musk came in. American Democrats felt uncomfortable on that social media page, and they went over to Blue Sky.
The countries are not
So if
social media
somebody's
pages.
yeah, but if your rulers are people that you don't like and you're uncomfortable with, then you're in a bad way. So you jump up. You might leave the country, but maybe there's nowhere else to go. Maybe only China is the last thing. Because everything has become, according to the end of history thesis, everything is supposed to become like that
Like why?
on the whole world.
Like
It's the Fukuyama thesis, like whatever Fukuyama's saying, the liberal democratic governance mode,
okay,
which is
what do
basically
you
a mode
think
that's connected to an
this
economic. It's just connected to a crazy magical thinking economic theory called as you know, called the invisible hand,
the
which doesn't even
invisible
make
hand
sense.
is
It's a
not an
crazy theory.
economic theory. It was just a footnote in a book.
No, it is an economic theory, and it means exactly the same thing as
No,
um, it is. Yes,
no,
that's what Adam Smith. The meaning of the invisible hand is everybody has their own little small goals, but eventually it leads to economic growth and efficiency. It's not governed by any central authority. That's what the invisible hand is.
no.
Everybody, little small entrepreneurs are saying, I'm trying to make money for myself, but eventually that gets things. It's also called the private vices, public benefits, and the fable of bees and all this stuff. It's the idea that little irrational passions of people trying to make money end by being good for the whole society. That's what the invisible hand is.
No.
Well, you say no, but that's what I mean. I disagree with you.
Well,
But
you're
okay,
free
let's
to
go
agree.
off that.
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Just because this conversation is just all over the place. I don't know which point to discuss even. Just we're going all over the place. Would you like to discuss the
Well, I mean, there's
validity?
a place.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean, there's a
let's not
place called
enter.
Davos,
Let's
and they
okay.
have it.
Let's stop.
There's a place
Stop.
called
Stop.
Davos, and they.
Stop. Stop. Let's agree not to interrupt each other. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So what would you like to discuss? The validity
Well,
of yeah.
I'm just trying to motivate why Dugin is presenting because you say Dugin, and I understand it. You say Dugin is politically motivated by presenting his ethno-sociology,
Okay, let's first
and I'm
agree
trying to
what we
say
want to
this is
discuss. Okay, we're jumping ahead. We're getting ahead of ourselves, right?
okay.
Do we want to discuss what Dugin's philosophy is? Do we want to discuss the validity of Russia invading Ukraine? Which topic do you want to discuss? Because we've been just jumping from like grasshoppers from one thing to another.
Well, I think it's partially. You did say earlier on that the politics is sort of fused or confused with the whole thing, so it is
Well,
kind of difficult
it's
to.
intertwined, but we have to stick to a topic, and we cannot just jump from
Okay,
sentence to
so let's just say. Let
sentence
me just.
because this
Yeah,
just becomes a confused mess, and I don't really know what am I supposed to respond to.
respond to.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to say something about what I think is motivating Dugin, but and which I think he thinks that this end of history notion that liberal democracy should be the boilerplate for every country on earth. He wants to reject that, and that it's not just about the governance style; it's also about the style of doing science and everything taught in the universities, to especially to the well, to everyone ultimately, but
In
also to the
universities.
leaders. Universities as representatives of the highest teaching of human beings, and in this case, human beings in the West. And so, I mean, Dugin is the head of now been appointed as the head of something. I think it's called the Ivan Hillian Foundation or something. But in any case, he's now supervising changes in the Russian universities for their curriculum to change.
What are those
So it
changes?
does have to do
Okay, let's start
what?
let's start with Dugin's philosophy itself. Um, What do you think Dugin's philosophy is? What and what are the what is the basis of Dugin's philosophy?
Well, just one orientation point, just taken almost not totally at random, but I wrote down something from Max Weber, who Dugin doesn't totally agree with Weber, but he says this. He presents this in his ethnosociology course as a sort of point of orientation. Weber says defines the ethnos as human groups that entertain a subjective belief in their common descent because of similarities of the physical type or customs or both, or because of memories of colonization and immigration. This belief must be important for group formation. Furthermore, it does not matter whether an objective blood relation exists. So we could rule out immediately that Dugin is talking about social Darwinism or evolution or biological racism or something like that.
So what is Dugin talking about in your view?
So I can't say, I have to present sort of the way I understand it, not a totally correct version of Dugin,
Well, yes,
but
I would like you
obviously, I
to
mean, yeah.
present your view of Dugin.
So the way I kind of think about it is through, I think, did I go through this already? I don't remember. Is it in Plato and Aristotle? There's a discussion where they say there's something called ethnos,
Exactly.
and the ethnos is like it's like tribes. Um, um, the Chians, for instance, are an ethnos in the Iliad.
Tribes.
The Chians are.
Okay. Go on.
The Dorians, the Dorians are a tribe. You know those famous columns, like the Dorian column and the Ionic column, and the different styles of column. The different tribes have different columns. Tribes doesn't mean exactly people that just live in villages, but it means sort of, according to Plato, something that's not yet a polis. I mean, polis is usually translated as city state, but it's kind of maybe not exactly accurate. It's maybe better just to say polis. But there's a discussion on what's the difference between an ethnos or a tribe and a polis or a community that's at a higher
what
level.
is Dugin's view of the ethnos? What is the ethnos according to Dugin? Because Dugin has a pretty
Well, like I
distinct
say,
view on
Dugin is
that.
saying, yeah, well, Dugin is saying the Weber's version is a good starting point. And then, well, this is the point. So Dugin isn't really saying, here's what I think. He's saying, here's my toolkit
No, he is exactly
or my
defined.
instrument.
He's exactly defining what an ethno is according to. He's not just giving you a toolkit.
Well, he gives in the way I understand him, he's basically his intention is to give a instrument
No, he's giving
or
an
toolkit and say
exact
everyone can
definition of
work with
what an
this.
ethno is. Not anyone can just work with it. He's
Well,
giving
he
a
cites
very exact.
Weber's.
No, no,
He
no. He
cites
has
Weber.
his
He
own.
cites Weber's.
No, 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 no. He has his very own, very
Well, do you
exact
have a citation
definition.
where he says his own specific? Well, even
Yes,
if he
yes,
says
I
his own
do. I
specific.
do. I have his.
Okay, read
I
it.
have
We'll
his.
read.
Yes, I have his works where he gives a very exact definition of what an ethnos is. His own textbook
Well, he
has
gives
no
numerous
sociology.
definitions because he covers numerous scholars. I mean, Weber being one of them.
No, he gives his own definition. He doesn't just derive from other scholars. He gives his own definition
Yeah, but
in
even
his
if he gives his
textbook,
own definition,
and he works on that definition, building his philosophy.
well,
He
the way
doesn't
I
give
see it
you.
is he looks at many people, and he himself is one of those people.
Yeah, and he builds his own philosophy
Weber being one of
on
them,
those.
Durkheim, many other people.
He doesn't just look, there are many people and you can have your own toolkit based on that. He created his own philosophy and he pushes it aggressively.
Yeah, but
He's
he's the
not
one
just
version.
this.
He's one version.
Yeah, and we're discussing him. We're
Okay,
not
but he's written
discussing,
his. It,
like, we're not discussing all those people. We're
well, what
discussing
he's.
Dugin.
I know, but his point. But Dugin himself is saying, "Here's this new homachia or this war of the minds, and I want every country, every group to say, do you want to conform to this what is it called? The liberal democratic model of Fukuyama or something similar. Actually, he points more to Locke as the first liberal. Do you want to conform to liberalism, or do you want to face this question, which is the way I understand it, the fourth political theory is really
A
an
rebranding of
invitation to
fascism, yes.
engage with the question. What's that?
A rebranding of fascism,
Sorry?
yes. It's basically a rebranding of fascism, yes.
Well, you say that, but I think what he's saying is here's the question. Each
No, he doesn't
group,
just pose a
each
question,
person
he
even.
poses very confidently an answer. That is the
Well, he has an answer for
philosophy.
himself and for Russians.
No, he has
an answer for himself and for
by
Russians.
extensions for the world.
But each of us can use the toolkit for ourselves. Well, Russia's not going to have any risk of taking over the world. America is, and America is a fucked up country. I mean it all the time. People are fucking stupid here. A lot of them.
Well,
I mean, Donald Trump is irrational, is he not? And he's in charge of America. So why would we want America to be in charge of the world? I think Dugin has a good point.
The U.S. is not in charge of the world.
Well, who is then?
No one country is in charge of the world.
No one country is in charge, but America has 1,000 military bases, and they go around murdering people at will. Like in
Russia has military bases and goes around murdering people. That's an empty point. It doesn't mean anything.
Maybe, but it's much smaller with Russia.
Well, yeah, because Russia doesn't have the means to do what it would like to do. That's why it's trying to.
Right, but I mean, America destroyed. America destroyed Libya. They were in Iraq. They were in Syria. Is totally demolished.
America has been in Syria.
So they're more They're menacing. It's a menacing
Sorry, are you
thing.
saying that Russia has not been in Syria?
Obvious. Russia has been in Syria too, but they were trying to negotiate. I mean, they were trying to negotiate. Say, Putin actually told Erdogan to be more multicultural, have more people from other groups, other tribes in your
he was telling who?
Government. Well, if you look at Russia, you can see that they have people that are not ethnic Russians
who was he telling to
in key positions.
Sorry, stop. Who was he telling to be more multicultural?
Sorry, I said Erdogan, the leader of Turkey, but I meant
yes,
the Syrian guy that he was recently ousted.
Russia was
what's the name of his
him.
Yeah, and they were also giving him an advice to be more multicultural, to like
what
put people from other tribes.
Multicultural. He was a tyrant.
That people that weren't just. Well, that in Russia, like for instance, the economic minister, I believe, is not a ethnic Russian.
What does that even mean? They were telling him to be more multicultural.
The guy, ever since, I can't remember the name. There was a code name that goes along with it, but under Obama, when the Syrian war started, the tribe that the leader of Syria belongs to started becoming more insular and started saying no other groups can be in key government
this
positions.
Conversation to a mess again. Like now we're in Syria. We're talking about the U.S. We're talking about. Okay, let's go back to ethnos. What is ethnos according to Dugin? Because we just couldn't get past this very basic question.
Well, I think you said you had an exact definition. I'm not sure what the way
I can read it out for you. Would you
why don't you read it?
Ethnos, the simplest form of social organization based on a shared culture, language, tradition, and self-awareness. Dugin views ethnos as an organic unity akin to Gumilev's concept, which is key to his.
So I think what the orientation there is, that's sort of a generic without that many details.
Well, it's not a generic. There's a very key specific thing here. An organic unity akin to Gumilev's concept. That is very specific. That is not vague at all.
Well, if you think but he also cites the Max Weber one that I just read, and many other ones which are similar, but they have in a subtle way, they have intricate
Yeah, but
differences.
viewing ethnos as an organic unity makes a whole lot of difference to the whole thing. It's a key
Well, I'm not
difference.
sure what. Yeah, yeah, and that's also something that Plato says in, I think, in the fourth book of the Republic. So it's an old idea that there has to be the polis has to be a unity.
No, an organic unity.
Well, I'm not sure what organic means in that
It
context.
means that the group is treated almost like a biological organism. That is what
Well,
that
so
means.
okay, so but Aristotle is as when Aristotle propounds his theory of autarky, which is sort of
Which to
similar to
begin with is
personal
completely
autonomy.
untrue because you don't really, throughout history, you didn't really have a ethnos, a single unity group. You have many different peoples that lived locally and differed culturally. You did not really have this blob of a organic unity with a shared language, culture, and any sort of idea of we are one. That is,
Well, I think the idea that people, regardless of their biological status, they could have red hair, they could have different color skin, accept the same thing. In the Weber definition, when he's saying they have the same customs, they
well,
accept the same memories about
that's not how that
colonization,
played out
about
historically.
migration.
That was not a thing historically though. You did not
Well, it is. I mean,
when
Dugin
you
gives
had
examples of people's.
when you had countries, you did not have really people in these countries were not just one unity that shared a culture, shared a
Right, right.
language. You had many,
But they
many different
often,
separate local groups.
yeah, but they often share an identity as they were. Like,
No,
for
they did
instance, in
not. They
Ukraine,
absolutely did not share an identity.
well, I think that if you were in Ukraine 100 years ago in that region, which was very broken up in Galatia, all different kinds of stuff, Poland was, borders were different. Um, if you asked somebody about their identity, I think they would have said they were Christian. They wouldn't have said they were Ukrainian or Russian or anything else.
Well, 100
And
years
and it
ago
was
was
only,
when the idea of national identity was uh, being born, so they probably could have said that they were
yeah, I mean,
Ukrainian or Polish.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
part of what Dugin's getting at is this 1848, Springtime of Nations version is the constructed. It's like the Benedict Anderson Imagined Communities version. It's a construction, right? There's some construction in it, but back
Okay,
behind that, there's
what are you
the
talking
ethos.
about?
I'm saying back what Dugin is trying to get at is when we hear people like Locke or Hobbes talk about a social contract, they just assume like a flat generic people that everyone's the same, and then they're joining this social contract. And they're prior to Darwin, prior to evolutionary theory, but they just kind of assume a flat generic people. Whereas what Dugin's getting at in his sociology of ethnos is that instead he wants to say there's something already there before the social contract comes in, before the liberal democratic nation, springtime of nations thing comes in, before the Ernst Renan, what is a nation question comes in. There's already a strata beneath that, where people have customs, they have scruples of a certain kind, they have different things shared in common, which is at a more probably they got through the family before any
Yeah, but
class.
there was no one shared thing shared among all the people in a country. That's what
Well,
I'm arguing. There was
just
no
to the
such
extent that
thing.
one. Well, I mean, just to the extent that
Even
is
within
it
one
wrong that
language, you had
that
so much diversity of dialects
sure,
that
sure,
there were
I
sometimes
agree.
just well then that defeats the whole idea of ethnos being
Well,
this.
no, but because if you are you really saying that Plato was just talking nonsense when he said, that there's these Ionians, there's these Spartans or Dorians, as they're called, there's these Achaeans, and up to a point, they could have the same customs and the same traditions, even if there's many
Yeah, but
local
those
differences.
things don't really those things are not arrived naturally. They're being curtailed.
No, I mean
Nobody's
that's the point.
naturally a
I do not
Spartan,
saying they're
naturally a
natural.
Greek, naturally. Those things are not. You have to understand, especially with nation states, with the emergence of nation states, people are not
Yeah,
naturally.
exactly.
Yes, so that again, that defeats the whole
I
idea
think
of.
that's Dugan's point.
Okay,
No, I think that's the whole
can we
point.
please return to the rule of not interrupting each other? Because like we cannot have a discussion like that.
Okay.
Like that defeats the whole idea of ethnos being an organic unity akin to Gumilev's concept.
Well, I think the word organ has a number of different meanings, partially because of chemistry or something. But the old word organ, as in organon,
No,
connects to
organic,
Aristotle's
not
idea.
organ. I'm not saying organ. I'm saying organic.
Yeah, organic, but isn't that the adjective version of organ? I mean, organ is something that does something. It's like
Are
a
you
heart is
familiar
an
with
organ.
the
It
with
has a specific
Gumilev's?
purpose.
Are you familiar with Gumilev's concept?
I'm not that. I know. I don't know Gomilev's philosophy though. I think Gumilev is the one that talks a lot about the reign of quantity over quality and this kind of
And Dugin's
sort of ultimate
philosophy
epistemic.
is very heavily based on Gumilev's concept. His
Well, I
ethnos.
mean, he accepts some of Gumilev as a traditionalist, but so far as the way I understand it, the point of let me say Aristotle's version. What Aristotle says is there's these peoples like the Dorians and the Ionians, but they're just like they're like tribes, and they can't fully according to Aristotle to fully be um, flourish. Right, you have to be able
What do
to
you
have
mean by
discussions like
flourish?
we're
Like,
having.
okay, this already. What do you mean by flourish?
Well, there's that in a polis, like a city, there's people that can spend a lot of time talking or thinking about things. Talking like this, having a conversation is almost is like the same thing as thinking, according to Aristotle. Logos, making logoi or giving speeches, and that you couldn't do that in a tribe because there's not enough people. There's nobody that's sitting around doing it. But in a polis, you have the conditions where human beings can do what human beings are meant to do, which is to figure this stuff out. And then autocracy, as Aristotle calls it, is connected to the situation of being in a polis where you can work out these things, come up with a constitution, come up with laws, say the laws ought to be public and they ought to be rational and there should be courts and other things. And he's saying autocracy, the organic unity in Aristotle of autocracy means you have to be part of a community like a polis where all this stuff can happen. So the organic unity doesn't mean anything biological. It means that through our desires, through our desire to have straighten things out and have a good political order,
Yeah,
which can
but
only happen in
you're
certain
already
conditions.
imposing a certain. You're already imposing a lot of essentialist, basically biological claims that there is a way
Yes.
that humans
Yeah. And
should
Aristotle,
be,
yeah, I see.
that there is a way that humans should
Yes. Yeah.
organize, that there is a way that humans naturally uh, just gravitate to, that there is an organization that is correct and there is an organization that is incorrect, but that it just there has no basis in anything. There is no such thing as
Well, so
a
that's why
correct and incorrect direction in humanity. There is no such thing as this humans naturally gravitate towards this form of organization or that form of organization. There's a natural evolution from ethnos to people to nation. It's just no.
Well, I think so. Those are the arguments against Aristotle, but they're also in a transformed way the arguments against 1848 and then finally against Fukuyama in 1989 against is this the end of
Well, no,
history in
it's
this
just this
specific form?
essentialist
Should everybody
view.
gravitate towards liberal democracy?
It's just essentialist view that
And
people
then
are.
Dugin says no.
Well, no, that's because Dugin is
I think you're
essentially.
making Dugin's argument.
Well, yeah, I am just basing it on what he says and what he does. Dugin's basically just rebranding fascism, the organic state.
No. I mean, well, why isn't Fukuyama's version that everybody has to gravitate towards this one form of government, liberal democracy, not the same kind of fallacy? Why should every human being have to be that way?
What do you mean every single human being be that way? Be what way?
Well, basically, be whatever liberal democracy means.
Okay,
Why
what
should
does
we
it
all
mean?
have to be that way? I think I mean, Fukuyama has one definition, Locke has sort of another, and there's an endless discussion about it. The most intelligent scholars spend their whole,
Okay,
lives
give me
coming up
your
with
take
different versions.
on liberal democracy.
I mean, I don't
And
think
what
there's
is
that. I
it?
think
And
is
what
the
is
more I think.
and what is it that Dugin in your mind opposes about it?
I think one thing that he opposes is that it's just like this simple. I know it's stupid, but it's like this simple stupid thing where when Elon Musk takes over Twitter and makes it X, a lot of people are suddenly
No, I'm sorry.
uncomfortable. And
That's
so
just
once,
vague nonsense. No, I reject this whole thing
well,
altogether.
why? Because if one person is deciding what liberal democracy is, and say those people is
Like,
Condoleezza Rice
what is
or Donald
Dugin
Trump
opposing?
or
Tell me what Dugin is opposing. And your answer cannot
that
be
of
he is opposing this vague thing that people don't like, and so it is bad. That's just
well, there's some form of, well, is there actually something that exists that's liberal democracy or isn't there? Like Merck said recently, we
so
have to defend the liberal democracy.
Dugin is basically opposing this vague nothing. Yes?
Well, doesn't it not exist? Is there not a specific form of government in Germany and in
Okay,
Poland and other
what
countries?
is Dugin opposing?
Is it a vague
Tell me,
nothing government?
what is Dugin opposing
It's
specifically?
unclear because nobody get it's if we state a definition that's like turning it to ice. In
So
reality,
if you
what
don't
liberal
even know what
democracy is
Dugin is,
in the life of the country.
if you don't even
He's
know what
opposing he's opposing that somebody else could tell Russians how to live,
oh
and they have to every time they have to jump through.
okay, let's focus on that. How how is Dugin telling that Russia is being told how to live?
Well, I mean, if Mertz is saying we're going to fight now, we're no longer, um, we're not at war, but we're no longer at peace because we have to uphold our way of life. It
What
indicates
way
there
of
must be some
life?
way of life that
Wait,
Mertz.
no, what way
Well,
of life?
exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, whatever Mertz thinks the German way of life is, which seems
No,
to be the liberal democratic way of life.
that's just a bunch of vague nothings. You're not saying anything. You're just what does that
Yeah, but
even
the
mean?
reality is vague. Yeah,
No,
but the
it's
reality
not.
is vague. I mean,
No, reality is not vague.
well, how would you define liberal democracy? Well, what is it? What is the form of government that you like that you don't, you want to stay in
Okay,
Poland or
I'm
you
going
want
to
to
tell
stay
you at
anywhere?
least one thing that I like and Dugin opposes, and you're going to tell me if you agree with Dugin on that. Human rights. Do you think humans
Human rights
deserve
is,
rights?
yeah, I think he thinks humans deserve the right to decide for themselves
No, he doesn't. He
what
thinks
this thing
that
that we should all. I think it's exactly what you're
no.
saying about Aristotle. He wants people not to have to do what Aristotle tells them as a
No,
dogmatist. It's like
actually, no.
Aristotle said, everybody has to be like this.
Dugin does not agree that humans have rights. He said that human rights are an
That's because
ideology.
it's so-called universal human rights, just in the same way Aristotle says his scheme is the universal scheme, and everybody has to conform to it.
So
It's
humans
like
don't have.
in other words,
So there's
Roosevelt.
okay. So there's
No,
no
but no,
such.
no, but
No.
look, there's this what's actually being called universal human rights has a specific history, right? Right after World War II, Roosevelt and his wife and somebody started that, and they have a very specific version, and they enforce it in a very specific way. And so it's just like who's in charge of deciding who's violating human rights or not. That's and who's in charge of saying this is the even people that are kind of liberal like Slavoj Žižek have sort of abandoned that. They used to say, "Oh, we're going to fake it till we make it." We have these things like everyone is created equal, like in the American Constitution. But then the problem is which are the courts that decide? How do they enforce it? Is the UN court the true court? Can it decide who's guilty and who's not guilty? Who to steal money from by imposing sanctions, et cetera, et cetera. So the actual details vary so much from the abstract definitions that we inevitably get into these long-winded like skewing into craziness.
Well, that's not what Dugin poses. Doesn't pose that humans have universal rights, but the devil lies in the details on who decides what those rights are.
Well, I think he wants there to be all humans to get together on the same agreement about what the rights are, but he despairs
Well,
of it
no,
because
he
there's
does
so much
not. He believes
real
that
disagreement.
individuals should serve the state. He does not
Well,
believe
but
that
that's
humans
because
have
he
rights.
thinks he thinks some version of what Aristotle says is right, and that we only flourish in a community and under certain conditions. We can't just be isolated individuals. But then when Aristotle gives a specific version, then I think you rightly say, Aristotle's a dogmatist and he's trying to tell us how to
Yeah,
live.
but Aristotle is not Dugin. Dugin is
True.
not. Yes, Aristotle
I
does
mean, there's a
not
question
believe
of
that.
how, I mean,
Well, did not. We're
to me,
discussing
Dugin
Dugin's
seems,
philosophy.
yes, to me, Dugin seems intelligent, so I kind of like it, but
I
I'm a
mean,
Californian.
yeah, but he's a
I mean, I think Kristen Stewart is intelligent. I'd rather have her run California than Dugin,
well,
but I think Dugin's intelligent. Maybe the Russians would rather have Dugin run Russia.
well, that's
It's a matter of
great.
what they want.
That's great and all that Dugin's intelligent, but it doesn't change the fact that his philosophy is just basically the rebranding of fascism.
But what is it? What do you mean by that? That it's authoritarian? That he's kind of strict with people or something?
Yeah, that he
What
believes
is the
in the
fact?
organic state that all people should just subserviently.
Well, what's his? Why are you so against the organic state? I mean, don't people flourish in communities? And
No,
don't we? I mean, are we?
Russia absolutely is not a flourishing state. No. Are you saying that Russia is a
No,
flourishing
of course it's
state?
not. But it's under. I mean, it's being menaced by a
No, it's
thousand
not
military
being.
bases
No, it's
and
not
a
being
superior
menaced.
force.
No, it's not being menaced.
And it's being attacked by propaganda 24/7 from Radio Free Europe and all kinds of
No,
sources.
I'm sorry. If there's any group that is doing propagandizing 24/7, it's Russia.
Yeah, but don't they have if somebody's doing it to them, don't they have the right to defend
Okay,
themselves? And
who
then
is doing it
inevitably
to
they're
them?
going to do terrible things too.
Who is doing it to them?
Well,
What is the propaganda being pushed?
I think the fact of so many coups and so many overthrown governments and
What do
people like
you?
Condoleezza Rice saying we're going to decide how this country is
No,
going to
you
be.
cannot just jump from one thing to
Is
another.
evidence
What is the
are
propaganda
proofs in
being?
favor of.
No, stop. What is the propaganda being targeted at Russia?
I think that Russians are sort of like inherently bad. Putin's evil. I mean, I think Putin
No,
is a sociopath.
there is no
But
such
if you're
propaganda.
fighting sociopaths,
No.
maybe you need
There
sociopaths.
is no such. Russians are inherently what?
There isn't?
No, absolutely not. What do you
Well, I
think
mean,
the
don't
West has
people
been trying to
constantly
do
say,
business with Russia
hey,
all those
Russians?
years?
I think there's a lot of contrast between the so-called autocratic states, where are in America. So I'm speaking from America, so that might be different where you are. But in America, it's sort of like the Democrats are constantly attacking Russia and saying, Putin is a sociopath and basically Hitler. And the Republicans don't like to attack Russia because Russia was accused of helping Trump get into office, but they attack China all the time. So it's like there's
No,
this
not even. No, I'm sorry.
supposedly,
Not even.
according to.
No, not. I'm sorry. I do follow the U.S. politics, and no, the Democrats are not saying that Putin is a sociopath and basically Hitler. No,
Well, what did they say? That's how
they
I
are
heard.
saying that
What
he
do
is
you
an
hear?
authoritarian leader that is trying to rebuild an empire, which
Yeah,
is factually
authoritarian,
correct.
revanchist, and so on. Yeah,
Yeah, he is.
you say it's factually correct.
Yeah, he is an authoritarian leader that is trying to rebuild an
Well,
empire.
I
That
mean,
is
I heard
factually
this
correct.
lady. I mean, I heard a thing from this lady
Also,
that was
I'd
worked
like to add this
under
little.
Obama, and
I do want to add this little addendum. Countries do not want anything. Countries are not entities.
I agree to people, but it's kind of hard. That's a problem in every country, right? That there's a few people ruling,
Well,
and then
no,
there's
there are
everyone
many
else.
people with many different interests. There's not just a few people ruling, no.
Well, how are there not? What do you mean? There's not just a few. What country are there not just a few people in? I mean, there's usually a prime minister, a president, some people,
Prime
maybe a
Minister
permanent
does not rule a
bureaucracy.
country. No, absolutely not.
Well, they said a lot of. Well, if Mertz says we're getting on a war footing, that's kind of, to me, that's kind of, it affects everyone in the country, and
Yeah,
it's one guy doing
does
it.
not mean that the person's ruling.
Well, okay. Well, I don't know. I
There's
mean,
an
they're
intricate.
affecting everyone. I mean, Trump. Okay, we have Trump in charge here, and it affects everyone in
Trump
a
is
way
not in
because
charge.
he
Trump
messes
is
with the
no. Trump
economy,
is
he puts the
not.
stupid tariffs.
Trump is not the guy in ultimately in charge. No, Trump is not the
Yeah, but what
dictator
his
of the United
actions,
States.
but his act.
He's definitely
Okay,
trying
but his
to
actions
erode the
affect everyone.
system, but he is not in charge. No.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, but his actions affect everyone, and he changes institutions that affect everyone.
He's
And I
trying
mean, even
to.
people are starving because he wasn't paying this.
All not starving. People are hungry by it.
But they're
There's
hungry.
no
Okay. I mean, not
famine
literally
still, but
starving to death.
yes.
Yeah.
But yes,
I mean,
Trump is
there's a
not.
few people that affect everyone, or at
Oh,
least
it's
disproportionately.
not a few people. So
I don't know. I think Trump and like five guys are probably, Trump, he changes the people that are his advisors, but, you know, there's a few people around him that say, oh, let's go kill some people off the coast of Venezuela. So he's more affecting people than it. So the government more affects people than anyone else, unless it's corporations, which is another issue. Well, what's the other view? I don't understand what you're saying. Pete, what is that? What are you saying? Everybody in the country is doing their own thing, and that's the most important. And we could, I mean, can we ignore what the president of a country is doing when they say we're going to go to war?
what do you mean?
Well, I don't understand what the opposite view is to saying that there's a few people kind of controlling the country
Well, no, you have checks and balances.
or
Right?
having a disproportionate.
You have Congress
Well,
in
yeah,
the
but still,
U.S. Congress is not a few people.
yes, but I mean, well, Congress is like
You have
five. I think
courts.
it's literally 535 people
Yeah,
in a
that's not
country of
a.
340
Well,
million.
yeah, because the U.S. is a representative democracy.
Well, so those 535 people have a
So it's not
disproportional
just a few
power over the
people, and
340 million.
it's not disproportional power. It's that they don't rule over people.
Well, I mean, it's a question of what power means. But they're passing laws, they're changing stuff. I mean, I think to me it's analogous. Like when a Republican is in power, more Californians are unhappy. When a Democrat is in power, even though to me they're both equally bad because they both represent some kind of
Okay, we're jumping all
corporate
over the
power.
place. Why do you believe Russia's claim over Ukraine is legitimate? And why do you believe that Russians in
I don't
Ukraine
think
are
it's
not
legitimate.
separate people?
I think it's a disaster. It's a disaster, but they have because self defense. I think self defense is sort of a natural right, and so since they're doing it, since their enemy is so unscrupulous,
What was
I
Russia
don't see what
defending
else they can do
itself
on that.
against in 2014? Exactly.
Because there was a coup. I mean,
There
there
was
was a
not a
coup.
coup. No, there was
Right?
not a coup. No.
Well, you denied there was a coup, but I
Yeah.
mean, CIA has done, documented scores and scores of coups,
That's
so it
great.
seems pretty
Can
plausible.
you, so I guess you can provide evidence for that CIA coup in Ukraine specifically.
Well, I mean, I would first start by looking at that covert regime change book, so to get a sense of how they happen, so you could
So
identify
do
them by
you
just
know
looking
how
at
the
their own
regime,
stuff.
quote unquote, change happened in Ukraine?
I think that
You think, so you don't know.
I think that no, I don't have a close knowledge of it
So
at
how do
present.
you
I've
know
heard
there was a coup
presentations,
if you don't
and I
have a
think
close
people.
knowledge of it?
because I trust the expertise of people like Jeffrey Sachs and Mersheimer
Oh,
and people that I've
so
heard
you,
presentations on it from.
Mersheimer.
Not everybody can be an expert on everything. You want me to be
There's
an expert on
there's
that
no
on the
there's
Maidan
no
thing?
evidence of any coup happening. None whatsoever.
I've seen presentations of it and it sounded credible
Okay.
to me, but
Okay.
maybe
What evidence did those presentations provide? If it
I
seemed
can't I
credible.
can't give you a close debate. I can't debate that at this time. I haven't reviewed it recently. I haven't looked at it recently. But
So
I think that I mean, do you ever look at like Jeffrey Sachs? To me, he sounds like he's sincere and he's well informed. I don't know. I don't. Do you just
I don't
dismiss
care
what
how
he's saying?
people sound and if they seem sincere. I care about facts, and the facts are that there was no coup in Ukraine.
Whether what they're saying
And
is
I
that
do know what happened in
there's no
Ukraine pretty well.
well, what do you see?
There was,
Well, I mean,
yeah. Did
well, it
you?
seems like to me there's
Well, it doesn't matter what seems. What matters is what is.
well, okay. Go back further. To me, what persuaded me in that direction to find it plausible, aside from the fact that I had people that I know telling me about it, Eastern European people telling me
Which
that
Eastern European people?
basic
From what countries?
from the what's now the Czech Republic, for instance, the guy told me the Ukrainians. He told me what happened in his region was a divide and conquer
In his
strategy
region.
after the in the former Czech Republic.
What does
I
that
mean,
have to
it
do with
wasn't. It used
Ukraine?
to be Yugoslavia, and because after 1989, um, like for instance, in your country, Jeffrey Sachs gave economic advice about how to go over to the capitalist system, and it was apparently fairly reasonable advice.
In
But the same
Poland.
advice wasn't applied to Russia. Yeah, in Poland. But the same advice that
No,
he said maybe we should.
it wasn't about bad advice. It was just Poland implemented it in a specific way. We had a guy that implemented that advice in his own specific way.
Okay, but the Russians weren't able to do it as well, and apparently it was is deliberate according to. So that
Well,
apparently
that's
deliberately
conspiracy,
Russia
isn't it?
wasn't. Well, it's also
Also,
direct
again, what does that
testimony.
have to do with Ukraine? Then that period was equally brutal to Ukraine. The shock therapy.
Well, in '89, so I mean, one thing
If
that
not more,
that
actually, it was
has
more brutal for Ukraine. So what does that have to do with Russia's legitimacy of invading
well, okay,
Ukraine?
so in '89, I think it's
Like shock therapy was
in
equally, if
'91.
not
Yeah,
more
shock
brutal for Ukraine. I assure you.
in that. Well, I don't know if they applied shock. I mean, I know Jeffrey Sachs used that
Do
phrase,
you
but he
think that
denies that he used.
Ukraine did not go through shock therapy?
Well, that's a different story than that. Let me just give a different
Well,
piece
then
of
why are
like
we
a.
talking about shock therapy in relation to what right
Well, we'd have
Russia's
to get into the
invade
whole thing
Ukraine?
of well, what Jeffrey. I mean, all sort of like educated people that have heard about this think of Jeffrey Sachs as the shock therapy guy, but he himself says even though he used that phrase, what actually happened was he recommended a strategy to the people in charge of Poland. They took that strategy and it worked out fairly
But
well.
they didn't
And then
just
he
take
said,
it. Poland implemented it.
implemented it well.
No, they didn't just take the advice
Okay,
and implement it wholesale. We had a guy that took the advice and built a program based on it that fit Poland.
okay. Okay, I accept that as a good addition to what I knew about it.
Like
But
he
what
didn't
what I
just
heard,
dictate to Poland what to do and Poland just mindlessly implement it. We had our own minister of finance and he
yeah.
devised a plan and that plan was implemented.
Okay, so in a way, it's just an anecdote, but it's also a testimony from someone who was there who repeats this. Jeffrey Sachs says when he said we should make similar recommendations to the people in Russia, he was told Russia is our enemy. We're not going to do that, and basically let them let them go to hell. Let the devil take the hindmost.
Wait, hold on. Similar to
So I
what? To
mean,
Poland? Are you saying that Poland first
Yeah.
received advice
The
before
strategy
Russia?
of this Jeffrey Sachs says that he gave some advice to the officials in Poland who were going to do the economic transition, and the actual advice that was taken, and that he wanted to give a similar advice to the Russians, but he was told, no, we're not going to give them
And
that
is there
advice.
any
And basically,
is there
Russia's
any evidence of that whatsoever?
just his personal testimony. So in a way, it's just an anecdote, but he was there and he seems credible. And it's also what happened. They didn't take
I
that.
don't
They
care
didn't
about
use
people
that
seeming
economic strategy.
credible. You understand that it's a
Well, why
non-starter.
not?
People
I think
seem.
that is no. I mean, that doesn't make sense. I mean, if we're taking testimony in a court of law, we want to know whether they're at all credible or whether they're, unknown. Um, Usually, if somebody's a prostitute, they're taken less seriously in court, whether we're right or wrong. But if they're known to be a liar, then I think that does. I think that's reasonable to take the sense of how credible somebody is. I don't understand. I don't think what you're saying is fair on that.
No, it is
I mean, some
fair.
people
I
are
don't
more
care if
credible.
people seem credible or not. I care about what
Well, what do you mean
factual
by that?
evidence. I mean, I care about factual evidence. I don't care about how people seem.
Well, okay, but that's actually what happened, right? So that Poland took one
Yeah,
strategy and
many
Russia
other
took.
countries took a different strategy. So by that token, Ukraine was also an enemy. So I have no idea what relevance this has to Russia invading
Well,
Ukraine and its
because of
legitimacy.
the '90s, because Russia had such a terrible time in the '90s,
Yeah, and
and
Ukraine had
then
an even worse time in the 90s.
and also even and Ukraine had a terrible time too,
Yeah, so
and the
what does
oligarchs
that
and so
have to
on.
do? So what does that have to do with the legitimacy of Russia invading Ukraine? None.
Well,
There's
that's what I
no,
was going to get.
yeah,
Well, no, I don't think there is any legitimacy
there
except
you
that
go.
it's part of self-defense.
What self-defense?
Well, I mean, I mean, maybe it doesn't make sense to say countries have a right to self-defense, but I think
No,
it's
I'm
sort of like
saying
saying
that
you
there
don't have a
was
right to
no
sovereignty.
self-defense to be had. Russia is the aggressor. Russia is not defending itself by invading
Well, this is what I'm
Chechnya,
saying is
Georgia.
to me, there's a double vision.
There's no double
They're not
vision.
defending themselves against Ukraine. So they're not defending them. I'm not saying they're defending themselves against Ukraine. They're defending themselves against the West.
No,
I mean, that's what I keep saying. But
no.
okay, so you don't accept that. But let me just give one more piece of let me say something that's an actual piece of sort of data that sort of persuaded me
Yes,
was that
please.
in 91, so they had a referendum in 91 in May at the beginning, and except for like right around Kiev, everybody else said we
Kyiv.
want to be part around Kiev.
Yes.
Everybody else said we want to be part of a new Russian Federation. They were, at the same time the Baltic states, the Baltic Chihuahuas or whatever, opted out totally,
New
right?
Russian
Latvia and
Federation.
whatever. They said we don't want to be part of Russian Federation already in '91.
Yeah.
But in Ukraine, almost everyone except right around Kiev said we do want to be part of the Russian Federation. And then
In
the year
91.
that was in May. That was in May of '91. Okay, but then um, George Bush was there, and he gave this so-called Chicken Kiev speech or whatever, and he was saying, "Oh, you got to watch out against the desire to be independent because independence and free." He made this distinction between independence and freedom. That's what his speech was about. He said, "You don't want to just be local despots that are independent. You want to be truly free." Which apparently he meant the Fukuyama thing. He meant something like liberal democracy, part of our thing, part of all the NATO. You want to be NATOized, basically. And then right after that, there was that coup. Remember, there was like the communists got freaked out. They said, we're going into chaos. And after the coup, America forced another referendum. And then since everybody thought Russia and the Russian Federation is in chaos, of course they voted not to be in there.
I have no clue what you're referring to when you're saying about some vote about being
Well,
part of the Russian
let me just state that.
Federation.
Let me state it
There was
without
no vote
the
about being
rigmarole.
part
Let
of
me
the
state it
Russian.
without
There was no
Let me
vote
state it
about
without
being.
the rigmarole.
Sorry,
Let me
what?
state it just without the rigmarole.
No, there
Let me
was.
state it without any commentary.
No, there was no
It's
vote
just
about being
in
part of the Russian Federation. You have to.
there was not no vote. There were two votes. There was one in the beginning of the year, and in
Okay, send
I
me
think
the
in March,
send me
and
any
there was one in the
information.
end. Just
No, send
and
me
there was
any.
one at the end of the year. I think in December,
Send
and
me.
that can be looked up immediately. Just
Okay,
look it
look,
up. I
look.
mean, it's
No,
in
no.
'91. There's two referendums.
Send me any information of a vote
What do you mean? I
about being
can't.
part of the
What do you mean?
Russian
I can't do it right
Federation.
now.
What do you mean?
There were two refer. It was not just in Ukraine. I mean, this is totally public and easily
Yeah,
looked
those
up.
the things that you're talking about were definitely not about being part of the Russian Federation. No,
Yeah, there was Latvia
no,
and the Baltics voted
no.
out. They
There
said
were
we don't want to be
two.
part of it, and Ukraine voted
No,
in the
no,
beginning of the year.
no. You're incorrect.
Yes, I'm absolutely sure. I
No.
mean, just look it up. It's so easy. Okay, you
There was
disagree,
one
but I mean, it's
vote. There
easily
was one vote that was about whether or not countries wanted to preserve a reformed Soviet Union, not Russian Federation.
right
And then there was a
to be an
vote
autonomous state within a new federation.
within a reformed Soviet Union, not Russian Federation.
Yes. Well, I don't know if they call. Okay, I'm not sure how they called it. I think they called it the new
No,
federation.
there
But
was
you might
no
may
vote
okay
about being.
within a reformed Soviet
And
Union.
then, and then,
I'm not sure about that.
and then the hardliners tried to take over. There was a whole thing because they did not want the Soviet Union to reform. And after that, a vote happened in which countries, including Ukraine, voted overwhelmingly to leave and be independent.
Yeah,
I have no clue what you're talking about this notion that only areas about around Kiev voted to be independent.
that's because there's such a disparity between the first vote at the beginning of the year and the second vote. That's what convinces me there's a considerable amount of artificiality in the whole thing.
No, there's not. There's not. There's been an event that happened between those two votes that made those countries believe that there won't be
And
any,
also,
that there is no point in staying, that becoming independent is the best course of action. That is why the
well, because
disparity exists.
to me it seems obvious that after the coup, Russia seemed unstable. So of course people are going to then suddenly say, even Russians in
After
the
what
East are going
coup?
to say we're not going to stay. After the '91 coup, and the end in the end of the year before the second referendum.
And who
I mean,
was,
even the Russians in the East and in the East that you'd think would naturally vote to be part of the Russian Federation even voted against it after that because they just saw
the
the
Soviet Union is
instability and
not the
chaos.
Russian Federation. Like you don't seem to be very knowledgeable on this. The
Well,
Russian
by Russian
Federation was
Federation, I mean
something.
I mean whatever the reformed entity was meant to be,
Well, it was not meant to be the Russian
and what they were
Federation.
voting to be part of. I mean, whatever they were voting to be part of
Well, there's
in
a big,
'91
there was
when the Soviet Union was. I mean, wasn't the Soviet Union collapsed already in '91? It seems to me that it was formally. I'm not sure exactly.
yeah, it collapsed because the countries voted to leave it.
Okay, but they were now forming a new federation. I mean, I
Yeah,
called it
after
the
the
Russian
countries
Federation. I
left
don't know
it.
what it was called at the
And
time.
there was no vote for countries to be in this new federation. No.
Well, Latvia, and the Baltics voted against being part of it.
Against what?
Being part of whatever the new entity was going to be, which I called the Russian Federation, but I don't know what it was called at the time in
It was
'91.
supposed to be a reformed Soviet Union.
Okay, well, the reformed Soviet Union. Then I don't know. I don't quite I don't know if that sounds kind of funny.
What
Why would you
sounds?
dissolve the Soviet Union just to reform it?
Because it dissolved because the countries decided to leave it.
But they're also deciding to go over to capitalism, right?
What does that have
So
to
it's
do
not
with
really so.
anything?
I mean, well, I mean,
Also,
I
the
know that Soviet could mean a style of government, but it also seems to indicate communism somehow,
what?
rather than the new. Well, what do you take Soviet to mean? I mean, why was it a new Soviet Union? Isn't Soviet Union seems to me to um, indicate that a communist form of economy or communist ideology rather than what the point of ending it wasn't the point of ending it to become capitalist.
Okay, what does that have to do with anything?
To me, that sounds like if Russians in the East, and there's a even if in the highly Russian populated areas of Ukraine, they're suddenly
There is no
voting
Russian
against being part
populated
of
areas of Ukraine.
ethnically Russian. I mean, that's
No.
a Russian speaker.
Russian
Well, there's
speakers does
Russian
not
speak.
mean Russian. Are Austrians Germans? Are British
Yeah,
people
I mean, in a
Americans?
sense. Well, I mean, I
Or
think
vice
that's
versa? Are
another analogy.
Americans
Like,
British people? In a
well, I mean,
sense?
Bismarck had something he called Klein Deutschland, right? That was like Prussia, really. But then he said there's another thing called Gross Deutschland, which included Austria and all the German speakers, and that was part of this artificial notion of post 1848 question of what is a nation, of becoming a nation. One solution was all the people who spoke the same language should be part of a nation, and that's why the Sudetenland came in under Hitler and all that. So,
Yeah, that's
so I think
so
it's sort
should
of,
we go by the what the Nazis thought?
but the people, whether it's makes sense or not,
It doesn't.
um, people were acting on that who were in charge. I mean, you say people in charge don't have that much power, but I think in those cases, in
People in
some cases,
charge
they
do
do.
have, but it's not just a few people in charge in all cases. No, there's a
And sometimes the group all acts on the same idea, which may be a stupid idea.
it is a stupid idea, and Ukrainian and Russian are not even the same language.
And that which also means that there can be racism against the Russian speakers in Ukraine by saying, "Oh, in the public, if you're going to a public office or something, you can only speak Russian,"
What do you mean you can
and
only
vice
speak?
versa.
What do you mean you can only speak
Well, I
Russian?
mean, it means that it becomes possible to pass laws that discriminate against the Russian speakers who
By
are more
saying
comfortable
that you can
speaking
only
Russian.
speak Russian in an office?
Well, I mean, before by saying that you can only speak Ukrainian,
No, that's not
I
what
think
the
laws
law.
like that
That's
happen.
not. No, they did not. That's not what the law said.
Or or let's say this, the official documents are going to be in Ukraine.
Yeah, in Ukraine.
Like here where I am in
How is
California,
that
if you go
racist?
to the
Wait, how is
Department
that?
of,
How is that racism? What language are official American documents in?
it just makes it harder. It just makes it harder for certain people, you know.
Okay,
Like here
hold
in
on,
California, we
stop.
have
What languages are the official documents in America?
thing in Ukraine. Oh, in America? See, in America, if you go into the Social Security office or Department of Motor Vehicles, they also have or at least in California, most things are also in Spanish.
Yeah, but if
Um,
you
I think they're in other languages also.
yeah, but you also have alternative languages in Ukraine, so I have no clue what it says that the primary language has to be Ukrainian, not that there are
Yeah.
alternatives. What is the primary language
Well,
in the US? English.
well, of course, it's English. Yeah,
Yeah. Is
but
that
it's also, I
racist
think,
against
in
all the other
California
peoples?
more than in others. In California, more than in other states, there's a drive to make it sort of almost like Spanish is also a primary language, English, Spanish,
Well,
because
no,
there's so
English
many.
has been made the official language of the US under Trump.
Oh yeah, well
Up till
yeah,
now, there was no official
Trump
language
has kind
in
of
the
kicked
US.
against that. Yeah, Trump has kind of gone against that. Sure, just like he did that thing with the gender stuff.
What
He put
gender
out some
stuff?
executive order. Oh, Trump put out an executive order saying there's only he and she or something. He put out an executive order about gender.
And what is your
I don't
opinion
know
on
the
that?
details. I mean, I'm a Californian, so I think I'm comfortable with gender stuff. I don't care. I think Kristen Stewart should, to be the leader of California. She's intelligent, put an intelligent person in charge. But I can see where a lot of people don't like it. That my problem is I can't go just by what I like and what I'm comfortable with. I the whole I see so many people that don't like it so strongly. I don't know what to do about that.
Do you think those things should be decided by comfort or discomfort of a majority or a minority?
It should be decided by what's just ultimately, but I think we should consider that if people have lived their whole lives one way, and it's really gonna, we should consider other factors too.
What are the other factors?
That it makes people miserable. I don't think we should make
It
people
makes people
miserable
miserable.
unnecessarily. Even if those people might be people like Trump that are kind of jerks, I don't think we should unnecessarily make people miserable. I mean, a lot of people really don't like it, and I know some of this, and some of them are even gay people that they just like the old way. They like the old way of doing things. They don't like the way of publicly asserting your identity all the time and being and
Nobody's
all that stuff.
publicly asserting one's identity. I mean, technically speaking, everybody's asserting their identity publicly all the time.
Well, I mean, in America, there's a whole big thing about so-called libertarianism, where the government's not supposed to know anything about you, and if you really were principled about it, the government shouldn't even know what your gender is, and it shouldn't be public at all, according to.
Okay, so let's go back to the laws. The laws did not say that you can only speak Ukrainian in offices.
Is
When
that
you
right?
go
The
to an
current
office.
laws? Well, I'm not really expert on that. I just heard something that Zelensky and his regime changed some laws
Why are
with
you calling
respect
it a
to language
regime?
usage. Regime in the sense of I think they're doing things in a specific way that makes some people like it and some people don't
That's
like it.
every government.
Yes,
Not every
like
government is a
I mean, we
regime.
talk about, well, I mean, we talk about change of administration in America usually, like, oh, the Biden administration, the Bush administration. But with Trump, because it's more dramatic, it seems almost like it makes sense to call it a regime in the sense that Plato's Republic was called the
So what the law
Politeia,
said,
which can
I mean,
be,
going back to the topic, what the law said is that when a person came to an office to their business at a Ukrainian office, the worker at that office would have to first speak Ukrainian and then, when requested, switch to a different language, such as Russian.
well, that doesn't sound bad at all, but I don't know what the actual practice is.
Yeah, that's the
I mean, I agree,
practices.
that sounds fairly reasonable, but I don't know how it actually
Like you
happens
have to
and whether
understand
there's
that
like real discrimination.
there's
Right?
this whole talk of the discrimination against Russian speakers. I hear Russian every day when I'm here. And I'm
You're in
here right
Ukraine now?
now. Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. I thought you were in Poland.
I'm in Ukraine.
You hear Russian every day? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I hear Russian every single day. So this whole notion of discrimination against Russian speakers just seems ridiculous to me.
Well, I just think because there was just any change in the law of that kind seems to tend to, maybe it makes things a little more difficult for some people.
What do you think
And
that
maybe it's meant to
law,
do
what do
that.
you think such laws were
And
enacted
also
in the
just
first place?
symbolically, I think to signal, I mean, so for instance, I read an article by a Ukrainian who's like an expatriate in Toronto, an academic who wrote, his name is Katsaruba, who wrote about the education system. And he said since 91, there's been really big changes in the education system. And part of it has been to promote a kind of Ukrainian patriotism. And I think those kind of changes are real. They might be subtle and they might be symbolic, but they do affect the quality of people's lives.
Are you familiar with the term Russification? 'Cause I hear Russian every single day. So this whole notion of discrimination against Russian speakers just seems ridiculous to me.
I think just signal, I mean, so for instance, I read an article by a Ukrainian who's like an expatriate in Toronto, an academic who wrote, his name is Katsaruba, who wrote about the education system. And he said since 91, there's been really big changes in the education system. And part of it has been to promote a kind of Ukrainian patriotism. And just a term. I'm not sure exactly all that it refers to. I mean, I know that there was Russian racism against various Belarus, Ukraine, etc., Russocentric kind of during the Soviet Union to some extent.
Yeah, but the
But
history of this region goes back further than just to the USSR. It goes back to the Russian Empire.
Sure, but I think one thing that speaks
Yeah.
sort of on the Dugin side is that I think the Ukrainian church up until that writ of autocephaly or whatever in 2019, the change of the Ukrainian church was under the Church of Moscow for like 300 years, and I think most
300
Ukrainians were part
years.
of that
Since when?
church. Yeah,
Since when?
um,
300 years.
I'm
Okay.
not sure. I believe 300 years under the church. So, in other words, like the Church of Moscow would decide the policy for the Church of Ukraine, and they were all, and I think most people would have just said, for most of that time, they would have not identified with the nation or region, but was
Let's do
being
a
Christian.
quick calculation. Okay. I'm gonna whip up my calculator. We're now in 2025. Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
gonna detract
I mean, I
300.
know there was that Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth and all that, but I think the Church of Ukraine was there during that whole
There
thing.
was no Church of Ukraine because there
Orthodox
was
Church.
no.
Well, look up the Orthodox Church of Ukraine and see its history. I think that would be easy to.
Hmm?
I mean, it's switched. It's changed in the last, like, I think since 2019, maybe even after that.
1725.
Okay, well, that's only 200 years. But we're 300. No, that's 300 years. Right? Yeah, seven. You're just saying that based on the 300-year figure, not on
Yes.
something you looked at.
Like
So I would just look up the Church of Ukraine.
the Church of Ukraine.
So I'm not sure the exact way they call it because they changed. I mean, they changed it in like in 2019 or something
In 2019.
after the war started. They stopped being under the sort of supervision, so to speak,
So
of
you
the
think that in the
Moscow.
Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the Orthodox Church
You know, it
was
was that guy
under the.
Poroshenko. Remember that guy Poroshenko, the chocolate billionaire or whatever? He was part of it. Was the ones that I think that moved to change it.
Do you think that in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the
I don't know the details. I just read that about the church because I was just reading like how long has this church been, what it was before this recent writ of autocephaly or whatever it's called, before it broke off from the Church of Moscow, basically, very recently.
Okay, let's go back on track. So we've established that there was no law that explicitly was discriminatory against Russian speakers. So what's because this whole thing aroused from
Well,
the
you
fact
say that. I mean, I understand what you're saying is not. It was a change in the law, though, right? I mean, I think Russian was more
it was a
privileged than
reversal
Ukraine.
of Russification policy.
Oh, okay, that's what you mean by the Russification policy.
Do you know
What
what
is the
that is?
Russification policy? Not exactly, no.
It is a policy of Russia of basically eliminating a language of a people and replacing it with Russian.
Or privileging. Yeah, I mean, and some Ukrainian literature was either discouraged or destroyed historically. I've heard that. Even Putin mentioned that in one of
Yeah,
his,
Russia tried to do it against
statements of
Polish
his
people
version
as
of
well.
history.
Polish people underwent Russification as well under the Russian Empire.
So, I mean, that's true historic. So yeah, so those are historical.
Yeah, and for those historical reasons, Ukraine
Historically
tried to
relatively well
reverse
established
that.
thing.
What do you think is happening in Belarus right now?
In Belarus?
Yeah.
Is something happening in Belarus right now? I don't know.
Yeah, what do you think is happening to the Belarusian language?
Oh, you're saying Belarus is being more suppressed relative to Russia. Is that what you're
What do
getting
you
at?
mean more suppressed relative to Russia?
that some law would be passed that would make it relatively, maybe if Belarusian was the primary language like you're talking about.
No, I'm saying that Belarusian is being actively erased in Belarus and replaced with Russian.
In what sense? I mean, all literature, you mean actual, like literature that are newspapers or what?
Everything. From education to everyday speech, everything.
Oh, I see. Education. I see. Well, I mean, yeah, things like that are in a
The
way, that's
leader
what
of
Dugin is. I think
Belarus,
this is,
the leader of Belarus, Lukashenko, has said that uh, Belarusian is a poor language in which no thought can be expressed.
well, they don't have, it's, I think it's actually, I mean, that's a nasty thing to say, but I think it's actually true. They don't have, their literature is much less impressive than Ukrainian and Russian literature.
Well, that has nothing to do with language per se.
Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe. Do you know how the Ukrainian and Belarusian languages came to be?
I think they were originally the same language, but I don't have a close detailed knowledge of it.
So do you think it's wrong for Ukraine to try to reverse the Russification process that has been imposed on it for
Well, I think
thousands of
that's it.
years?
I think that's part of what the whole ethno-sociology is about. It's like um, there's deliberate things like that, like changing the education system to favor one language over another, and um, they can be chosen. They can be chosen by policymakers, and
Yeah.
so part of the part of the thing about ethno-sociology is that there's a move from just the ethnos to something to higher stages, which are more or less constructed, like the Benedict
Well,
Anderson thing
I
about
of
imagined
course
community.
reject the notion of there being higher and lower stages because there's no fixed correct evolutionary tree. Like for example, the Polish Lithuania, there's this idea in Dugin's philosophy that the higher state, as you will, of evolution is uh, a nation, a politically organized people with a state and civic identity, right?
Well, I think that's relative. I mean, I think that's relative to that way of analyzing. I think from the point of view of Gumilev, Dugin would affirm that everything is ultimately illusory and untrue in some sense. Like, 'cause that's like a religious conviction.
Yeah, but I reject the idea that there's this um, idea of a correct structure on how societies form
Yeah,
and
yeah,
how they organize. Like the Polish
yeah. But I
Lithuanian
mean, don't you have a
Commonwealth, for example, was a um, composite state,
as
which,
a composite state?
yeah, a
What is
composite
it? What do
state.
you mean?
It means that
Well,
it
why do you
was
bring that up?
because it was not a
It was
nation
built up,
state.
made up of separate. Oh, I see. In
Like,
other words, they relatively left alone certain groups to do whatever they wanted.
well, it's more than that. It means that the country did not structure itself around the idea of a nation or a national identity.
Yeah, I mean
There,
I mean, I understand that
there's no
that's a
such
problem.
thing
I
as
mean,
a
whether it's
natural, organic, quote unquote, progression from one type of organization to the other, that it's
right.
inevitable evolution, so to speak. I reject that.
Yeah, I don't think Dugin thinks that either. I think you're
Well, he
um,
does. He has a
putting a
hierarchy
specific.
of
I think you're
social
putting a
forms.
specific.
Well, yeah,
Well, I
I'm
think that's
reading
in
specifically
analytic
his textbook.
terms.
Point two,
Well, I think
hierarchy of social
I think
forms.
those are analytic. Well, I think that's kind of an analytic term to say something like the Achaeans or the Dorians when somebody consciously says, let's have laws, let's organize society this way, we can call that a higher structure. But it's not necessarily ultimately the truth that it's higher. I think it's more of an analytic, it's a way of analyzing.
Well, no, he's saying that that is the way that it is structured. That is the way that it's supposed to be.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, I think he's saying maybe for Russians, he thinks this is how it's supposed. This is how Russians will more. Um,
He believes in the life
this is how
cycles of
The
peoples.
Russians want to bring this about, and they'll be more sovereign if they create this
Like
structure,
he
something
believes
like that.
that peoples have a life
I
cycle,
mean,
like
that might not be
organisms.
true. No, I think that's the Spangler says that, but I
No,
don't think.
he
I mean,
explicitly believes that.
peoples have a life cycle. I don't know. I don't think
Yeah,
Dugin thinks
Dugin
that the Russians have.
extensively employs Lev Gumilev's theory of ethnogenesis, which posits that an
Oh,
ethnos
ethnogenesis.
undergoes a
Okay.
life cycle: emergence, rise, peak, decline, and dissolution. This process is driven by
Well, to me, that sounds like
passionarity,
Spangler.
an internal energy that determines the ethnos's activity.
Okay, I'd have to look into that. I don't. That doesn't sound. Maybe that's true. I've never heard Dugin say that
Well, I'm reading it
Russians have
from
a
his
life cycle and
textbook,
etho. From Dugin's Facebook. Are you sure what he's
from
talking
his
about, though?
textbook.
Well, is he?
He wrote a textbook. He
Oh, from
wrote
the
a
text.
whole
Yeah, but
textbook
in
on
the
this
text,
topic.
I know, but in the textbook, he gives statements about new, and about scores of different scholars and their views. I don't.
Yeah,
It's
and
not obvious to me that's his own
he
view.
synthesizes into his own view, which he
Yeah, he
employs.
synthesized,
Yeah,
which
into
is
his
why I
own
think it's
view.
sort of why I understand it. The fourth political is not is to say we had these other things and liberalism has taken over, but now the fourth political is an invitation for everyone to try to synthesize on their own what they think is
No,
best.
he gives his own prescriptions on what things should be. He doesn't give just a
Well,
toolkit.
I mean, he says some things that he thinks makes more sense, and he
No,
says
he
he's a
doesn't just
Russian.
say
Or
that it
he's
makes more
actually said
sense.
sometimes sometimes he speaks. Yeah, he says a lot of things that are like he'll says they say this is the like Fukuyama says this is the truth, this is the end of history. And if Fukuyama's going to speak like that, I'm going to speak like that. I, Dugin, am going to speak like that too. But if Fukuyama will stop saying we have the truth, then I, Dugin, will stop saying I have the truth. So sometimes he states things more decisively just because he's countering what he considers to be the West that's doing that.
Sorry, I just Dugin is not this guy that just says, "Oh, I don't really prescribe anything. I don't really definitely believe
Well, he
anything. I'm
does
just
say
giving you
for
a
Russian.
toolkit
Well,
to."
he's come out with like 100 different books on these new homachia for different nations, saying maybe these are ideas of, like he
Yeah,
says about Americans. He says maybe.
I also reject this notion that there's this spiritual fundamental nature of things depending on the group.
Well, but I mean, in a way, I don't know in a way, but what's the
It's
choice?
like it's a type of
What
essentialism
other
that has
choice is there?
no
We're part of
basis in
groups.
anything. Basically, it's just an
Well, I mean,
assertion.
aren't we de facto part of groups? I mean,
We
you would
are,
say
but
call
that does
yourself
not
Polish.
mean that there are certain essential
But I think that's the
traits
point.
that
That's why it's a
emerge,
construction.
and that is what he posits.
Well, I don't think that
He
they have to
claims
emerge.
that, for example, he claims that liberalism is fundamentally an Anglo-Saxon thing.
Yeah, he starts with it to Locke, especially John Locke.
He claims that it is as an essentially as
Well, I mean, it's part of their essence. I see, I see, I see.
it is tied to being
Well,
Anglo-Saxon,
yeah,
which I
that guy he was
completely
debating
reject.
that
Yes,
I don't really
exactly.
like that guy that he was debating, but that guy that he was debating was taking that view. So I think partially he was trying to get on the same ground as that guy so he could talk to him.
Well, I think that they just
Nick
agree.
Land, Nick Land.
Yeah, another.
Well, I mean, Nick Land was putting forward that view himself as an Englishman. So I think Dugin was to some extent trying to like,
Yeah, they're both incorrect in my
you
view.
know,
They're both it's just they're both being equally fascistic in that view.
I don't know
Yes.
if Dugin would have said that if he wasn't talking to Nick Land. I
Well,
don't know if he
that
really.
just makes Dugin's philosophy very shaky if he just adapts his views to depending on who he talks to. No.
Well, I think it depends on how shaky the actual
If you're gonna
situation,
just if you're
sort
gonna
of the
just
reality is.
adapt your philosophy to accommodate the speaker that you're talking to, then it's just meaningless. It just doesn't mean anything in that case.
Well, if there's no common, well, I think just as a matter of for discussion, if we don't adapt to some extent to the speaker, then we're just talking at cross purposes, and there can't be discussion, right? So I
Yeah, of
can
course, there can be
understand that as
discussion. There can be discussion with disagreement. Absolutely. This thing was supposed to be a
well. If
debate
it
and not a circle jerk to which it actually transformed. But
well,
a debate is based on a
that's
lack of.
I'm sorry if you feel that way.
I mean,
Well, I mean, I feel like I learned something from what you're saying, but okay. I mean, but if we totally did in disagreement, then yeah, of course it's going to seem like that. If I don't, if the other person doesn't sort of um, get on the same ground as there can't be a discussion without some agreement.
yeah, but there you cannot force agreement just to accommodate the other person, even if you yourself don't believe that thing.
Yeah, but I think Dugan's attitude is if the English are really like this, I want to sort of know about it, and therefore I have to
What do
kind
you
of
mean if
engage
the
with them
English are like
on
this?
their
What does
ground.
that mean?
Well, I mean, Nick Land is presenting himself as the kind of representative of the
Like
English.
I'm going to like
Maybe that's wrong,
there
but
was so much incoherent nonsense in that debate as well. Like the notion that liberalism posits that this ultimate form of individualism that is not part of anything.
well, I mean, I think just the difference between being a subject of a king and being a free citizen is sort of one part of that.
And
But it's
then they
also,
continued to say that as an English gentleman, I'm a part of, I'm a ultimate individual. But if you're an English gentleman, you automatically subscribe to the group, English gentleman.
well, I don't know. I think we're again, we are kind of tapering off. I don't know. It's like, I mean, if you're Lord Curzon and you went to Eden or something, then you all have the same kind of breeding. You have the same kind of training in what your scruples are, what you consider
And
to
also
be
the idea
good
of
principles.
certain individual rights, of certain freedoms being Anglo-Saxon. Like the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth subscribed to a lot of these beliefs, and it's not an Anglo-Saxon country at all. It was not an Anglo-Saxon country at all.
I think the thing about the Anglo-Saxons is that they also have it's with Dugin. It's kind of about science, about philosophy becoming science, and about all kinds of other issues. Like, he always talks about that nominalism thing about Rosalind and Occam and the basic view of sort of material reality versus Platonic ideas and all that stuff. I mean, there's so many issues involved in the view he's trying to put forward.
Well, yeah, there are many issues with Dugin's views. First and foremost, being that his views are rebranding of a fascist view.
Well, you keep hitting that almost like it's a talking point. I don't really
Well, it's
know
fact.
why it's rebranding. Well, why is that? What's the fact? What does the fact consist of? I don't really understand. Just that
The fascist
just that the
system.
autocrat is and fascism are the same.
Well, there's certain specific things that make something a fascist, and a big one is this idea of an organic state to which our citizens should align, and that is absolutely what Dugin believes in relation to
Well,
Russia.
I don't see what the opposite of that is, because don't we all want to be part of a community in some way? Don't we all? Aren't we all
There's
better off in
a
a
okay,
society, in a group?
there's a difference between being a part of a community and believing that there's this organic nature to the state, and that everybody is subservient to it, and that everybody is inconsequential in the face of that state.
Oh, inconsequent. I mean, I don't know about the inconsequential and the faded. I mean, does Dugin actually? I mean, Dugin wouldn't say that any Russian is inconsequential.
Well,
In
he
the,
would. He says that individualism is basically a concept that should be rejected.
well, I think he's talking about Platonic ideas as against materialism, as against saying we're only our stomach, we're only the thing that's individual. Everybody has a stomach. Everybody needs a particular individual meal on the plate, but that he's also saying that other things are real,
Like what?
like all the. I mean, like the things we were just mentioned, like a shared sense of memory, a sense that
Yeah, but
all the
people
things that were
that
mentioned in the
but
definition of the ethnos,
liberalism
which
does
aren't
not
biological.
liberalism does not reject the idea of being part of a collective.
Um, I mean, it's a lot. I mean, that's a long question of what. I mean, one thing, what
Like
does
liberalism
Locke
does
mean
not
by
does,
liberalism,
does
and
not
is Locke the
state
version of liberalism we want,
it does not state like Dugin
or
does
is the version we want?
that there's just the ultimate individualism that rejects anything that is being part of a group. That's completely incorrect. It just posits that individual deserve their rights.
I think it's more about whether we're focusing on the physical, material individual than about all these other issues of shared memory and all the other things, is what he's
But what
getting
do you
at.
mean by shared memory?
Like, for instance, he was giving in that ethnosociology book, he's giving an example of an ethnicity that, depending on whether they're in Russia or in Kazakhstan or in other places, they have totally different national identity and identity cards, but amongst themselves, they all
Yeah, but that's not
consider
a
themselves to
shared. A
be
national identity is
descended
not
from
a.
Noah.
It's not a
Descended from
shared.
one group was.
A national identity is not a shared memory.
Well, I mean, that's the big. There's the big difference between national in the sense of Locke and Hobbes and Springtide of Nations, and nation in the sense of the older usage, where it's almost like the same thing as ethnos. Like the 12 tribes of the Hebrews or something like that, or the
Okay, you're saying that the older.
Israel nation,
You're
the nation,
saying you're saying
Israelites as a nation,
you're saying that
where the
older.
nation means something like about birth, there's shared birth, like the Latin
You're saying that the older
etymology.
usage of the word nation meant something like ethnos.
I think the word, I mean, etymologically, the word means something like to do with birth, right? Nation, I think, has to do with.
That was not how the word has been used historically before the advent
It's
of the
been used
nation state.
historically, like they say things like the nations and the cities, like the polises and the groups, like even the Egyptians. I think there was the Egyptian nation, and in antiquity, like Egyptian nation and or a polis, like Athenian polis. I'm just saying there's a big difference between nation could be used in the modern way from
Yeah, there is.
1848, and it's totally different usage than some whatever the older usage is.
Yeah, that's right. So what is the point that you're making with the shared memory thing?
I don't know. What we're going to. Oh, that's not just material. That could be materially untrue. I mean, in Weber's version, he's saying it could be quote unquote subjective, but I think the whole theory of subjectivity and objectivity are part of what's in question with Dugin. Well, part of what's in question in all modern theory, and what Dugin kind of objects to people like Fukuyama taking that for granted. He's saying maybe it's not subjective, maybe that's the real reality.
What is the real reality?
It's just like, I mean, I don't want to get personal, but it's like if somebody is trans or something, I think, well, don't you say it's
Are
not
you
about
trans?
biology, it's about something else? What?
Are you trans?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, people like LGBT. Let's just say more generally, like LGBTQ plus. It seems to be about saying it's not just about biology. It's about something else, and part of it is um, maybe part of it. Maybe it's not. I mean, it's not. It doesn't sum it up to say it's about choice or something, or about freedom, right? That's not really adequate. It's like if somebody doesn't choose to be a certain ethnos exactly, they could, but not. But it's also something else, like what they grew
No,
into as in their family.
they
Or
absolutely could when it comes to nations, yeah. And again, there was no such thing as across a single country as a single ethnos.
well, why not? Why not say the Dorians and ancient when the ancient Greeks like Plato make a distinction between the Dorians that includes the Spartans or Lacedaemonians and other groups such as the Ionians, which include the Athenians. I mean, was Plato totally crazy? It seems like there's this. At least there's some sense to that kind of division.
What kind of division?
These people all have certain um, traditions. They all grew up thinking about certain memories, certain shared memories. We're all Spartans. We're all Athenians.
Yeah, but there's
They have
pretty
certain.
localized group like Athenians and Spartans, etc. No?
I mean, there would be local variations. I wouldn't deny that.
Yeah.
But I think also they consciously
They didn't
identify that way.
form
They consciously say, "This is who we are."
they didn't form a unified ethnos called the Greeks.
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on the definition, but I think in just regular, ordinary speech, we
They
kind of
definitely did
we
not
think
form
that.
an organic unity.
But what I don't know what this. Not sure what organic unity means exactly. I mean, if you look at Plato, I think it's in Republic Book 4. He makes a big deal about the polis should be a unity, and he discusses it in detail what he means by that. And I think it's not just. I think he shows it's not just talk. It's like he shows some details of what that means.
Okay, what does he
It's just like
describe as
forming
that?
a nation.
Hmm?
I'm not sure. I can't think off the top of my head.
What does forming a
Off the
nation
top of my
mean?
head, I would. Well, like I think that's the point of Dugan's making. It can mean a lot of different things, and some of them can be sort of
Well,
concrete and
no,
realized through
Dugin
laws.
does not say that it can mean a different, many different things. Dugin puts forth again a very specific definition of what a
Well,
nation is.
you're saying that you mean what a nation is when a nation means something like an ethnic.
Sorry?
But I think what Dugan says is for instance, like with the Hindus, at some time, some Hindus started to say, "What is death?" For instance, and
Uh-huh.
that question occurred to them, and then they came up with the elaborate theory of reincarnation and so on, and then that was generally accepted, and people grew up just taking that directly in the family for granted, and so in a certain sense. I think that's he means by organic unity of the Hindus that they all shared similar things like that.
Yeah, but
The
it's
belief in reincarnation, for instance.
yeah, but that's just because there's a shared belief on a
Whereas we as
certain.
Westerners mostly don't think that.
That's not true.
We have different ideas about death.
But that's also what do you mean by
But I think in
Westerners?
general, the people that are sort of, I think mostly the people that are in some way affected by the tradition from the
Westerners don't
political
believe
philosophy
in
tradition
reincarnation.
from Athens. Right. So Westerners are people that
Are you
have
sure that
different
Westerners
views
do
about
not
that.
believe in reincarnation?
Some do, of course. Some do, of
Some
course. Some
do.
do, but I'm just saying in general.
How many people in the West are Christians?
Oh well, I mean, if you're calling uh, Christianity reincarnation, I think it's sort of like don't the Christians think it's like you die, maybe you have reborn in heaven, but that's it.
No, that's not
Whereas
it.
Hindu
Reincarnation is a huge
or
part of
there's some
Christianity.
purgatory or what's this?
Reincarnation
You
is
think
real?
reincarnation is? I don't know. I don't know about that.
You don't know?
I thought most. No, I thought mostly Christianity teaches that
Okay,
you're dead and then maybe
okay,
you're reborn in heaven.
refresh my memory. What happened to Jesus after he died?
He went. I think he went to hell or something, and then he was. I don't think he was reincarnated because
He
he came
came
back to
back to
the same
life.
body. Yeah.
There you
So
go.
that's not
So
reincarnation in the Hindu
yeah,
sense.
but it's in reincarnation. Ouch. Oh my gosh. Like
Well,
this
in
is
some faiths.
silly.
You think that the Hindu sense of reincarnation is
No,
generally shared by
I'm
Westerners?
saying that it's that it's
I'm just saying there's
points
different there's different ideas. I mean,
just
there's
because a
general
group
different senses of what
just because
people
a
are.
group shares a religion, it does not mean that there's this organic unity to it. That's just no.
Well, I mean, there's some question about what organic unity means. Maybe we should wrap this up fairly soon because it's been 2 hours,
It has been. We've been all over the place,
and
and I
maybe
just
think,
feel like we've
and we're
been.
kind of overwrought. We're kind of overwrought, but I think I'll have a lot of stuff to think about. So.
Yes, please. Like
Okay, so thank you,
this
Lucy,
question,
for having me on board.
yes, there's, I just don't know. It just feels like there's been a lot of, but it's been very messy. The coup in Ukraine that never happened, the legitimacy of the invasion based on self-defense, like perceived self-defense,
I'm not
because
saying it's legitimate. It's a disaster. I mean, every war is a disaster, and
it's not a
well, yeah,
disaster. It
okay. In
was
a
a
way, I was
conscious choice of the
legitimizing it by saying
Russian
it's their
Federation
natural
to
right to
invade.
self-defense. I
It wasn't
was, in
just
a way.
some disaster that happened. Russia decided to invade in 2014 and then decided to commit to a full-scale invasion in 2022.
And I think America has decided to menace all other countries that don't accept their liberal democratic model as the end of history.
No, it has nothing to do with the end of history. And what do you mean it has decided to
Well, the end of
menace?
history just means that everybody thinks
The
those
United
principles
States does
are the
not
true
menace
principles, and they're
Russia.
abiding, and that's it.
There's no menace that the US poses to Russia.
Well, I mean, I think if you look at Libya and you look at Syria, you kind of conclude that. And if you look at
What happened in
the
Syria?
64 coups,
Okay, what happened in Syria?
I think Obama had and the CIA had some kind of operation, which I think was called Timber Sycamore or something like that. And you could look up this operation, and that got the war started. What the Civil War started, and I think
The
actually
Civil
one of the
War.
U.S.
What Civil
presidents
War?
said. I keep forgetting the name of the president of Syria, but that there was some question of, oh, if he's using chemical war, if he's doing
Yes, he
chemical
was using
warfare, that's the
chemical.
last stand or something.
Yes, absolutely, yes. And it started with his
Well, of course, I
father,
mean, they're always going
actually.
to accuse people of something and
No,
say they have to be
it's
sanctioned, they have to be
evidence.
suppressed.
It's not an accusation. It's fact. It's backed up by
Yeah,
evidence.
but okay, but if you have the military force enforce that, it's considerably different because we could charge America. I mean, right now we could charge. I feel like we could charge Donald Trump with murdering people off the coast of Venezuela, but who can enforce it?
What do you mean? Who could enforce it? What does that have to do with the question of what
There's
happened in Syria?
all kinds of things you can charge leaders of countries with, right?
Yes, we could,
Who
and we
could go
do.
up? It's just even Netanyahu
We're breaking up
because
again.
they can enforce it, right? Because
Yeah,
Syria is weak. They're about to be at that point because I'm not really. I'll say I'm not.
yeah. Hello? Can you hear me?
That's it. Seems to me obvious
Yeah.
that Russia is in some way menaced by this global project. For somebody to think of. I just
I
wanted to
mean, it
say,
doesn't matter
in
what
my view, the
seems.
fourth political theory is.
It doesn't mean what seems obvious. I get many things seems obvious, but they're not. But that's not the case.
Well, yeah, but then if we applied that to you, we'd have to say, I mean, to the points you're making, we'd have to say it's not obvious that Russia is the aggressor
It is very
in
obvious,
Ukraine, but I think it
and
kind of is. Well, that's
it
what
is
I'm saying.
absolutely obvious.
Well, you're saying there's nothing's obvious. Well, you just
No,
said
I'm
that
saying
it's
that it
what
doesn't,
things are obvious.
it's not enough to just say that something seems obvious. You have to look at the objective evidence of and facts of the matter. You cannot just say, oh, this feels obvious. Many
Well, I agree,
nonsensical
but I think
things
it
feel
also feeling
obvious.
obvious is a piece of evidence.
No, it's not. It's
Yeah, I agree.
intuition.
You have to look at
It's
every.
completely, yeah, it's just
Yeah,
intuition
but
based
intuition
thinking.
can often be correct.
No, intuition is
Well,
just
well, to
intuition.
me, I have the
It's
Well,
not based
to
on
me, I have the
anything.
intuition that Russia. Well, what do you mean it's not based on anything? I mean, I think
I mean, it's
saying it's
based on
obvious
feelings, but
can mean
those are
we
meaningless.
look at the information, we look at what happened, we look at the available.
That's not intuition. If you look at
Well,
data
maybe
and
it's
you
just
look
a
at
matter of a
facts
way of
and you
speaking.
just and you come to a conclusion based off
Well, you look at
actual.
the fact, and then you say it's self-evident. You say some things are self-evidently established by
No,
these
you never
so-called
say
facts.
that certain things are
Well, then how do you ever
self-evidently
come to a conclusion?
by looking at
Well, what do
facts.
you? Well, you're getting into like a.
You don't
Well,
just
what would you
say
call it?
that certain things are
But I think we're
self-evident. What
talking
does that
about
mean?
language more.
What does that mean that things
That
are
you looked at it,
self-evident? If you looked at
you have a
something
lot
and
of
you have
information you think is
information, well, then
reliable.
it's not self-evident. It's based on disinformation. It's not self-evident.
Well, I mean, I'm using self-evident to mean you have the information sitting before you. You look
But
at it, you
that's
say
not
it's
what
this
self-evident
is the case.
means.
Well, I don't know. That's a matter of usage. I don't know how you would want to state that.
Like,
Russians are invading.
yeah,
You see a picture of it. Maybe it could be a false picture. Maybe it's doctored up.
you can
You
trace,
weigh it.
you can just trace the events. It's not self-evident.
Well, what is tracing the
There's
events? You have a
evidence
photograph,
to Russia being
video.
the aggressor.
Well, what's the evidence? I mean, you have videos or what? You have
Uh,
reports, somebody says.
You have videos,
Okay, well, if
reports,
somebody says,
testimonies.
but videos can be false, testimonies can be false. That's why I say, does the testimony seem legitimate? Does the guy seem like he's telling the truth? I think you have to
Yes.
ask all, I mean, it's all settled and there's a number of things involved.
Like what?
All right, should be,
Are you saying that Russia is not the
uh,
aggressor in this war?
well, I mean, I think it's obvious that they invaded. So,
What do
but
you
you'd
mean by
reject
it's
the notion of
obvious?
obviousness from it. That it's simply true. It's not like there's a lot. It's not like we're unsure about it.
Yeah, exactly.
They
So
invaded.
what's the
There's a
yeah,
war going on.
yeah.
We know it. I mean, the question is in some sense the fact that they're trying to establish a sphere of influence and not be and defend themselves
Against what?
through having a sphere of influence
No, it's not a
legitimate, I
form.
guess.
No, building an empire is not a form of self-defense.
Well, why not? Because if you can't have good relationships with the neighboring
Oh,
states,
you can. You
eventually,
can. All the neighboring states
well,
try to
how
have
can you
friendly
when there's
relations
always coups going on?
with what?
With Victoria Nuland and John McCain are passing out cookies in Maidan Square and carrying out a coup,
There
how
was
can
no
you have good
coup. There's no
relations with
evidence
your
of a coup.
neighbor?
There was no coup. Why are you saying there was a coup if you have no evidence? You have nothing to back that
Well,
up.
because
You're
a
just
lot of
saying them.
Americans, well, there's the phone call with Victoria Nuland
Yeah, in
saying,
which they
let's
say
do this.
that the Euromaidan people should take the deal with Yanukovych. It's the opposite of doing a coup. Have you listened to that phone call?
With the Yanukovych.
Have you listened to the
But that
phone
was
call that you're
over.
referencing?
I mean, I'm not really equipped to
I have.
argue the details of that.
The phone call points to us to a
Yeah, I listened
completely.
to it at one point, but I don't. It's not fresh in my memory.
Yeah, it points to an opposite, actually, conclusion to what you're saying. It points to the fact that they wanted.
Well, okay, so So I mean, we have evidence, but then we have to draw some conclusions based on what we think
Yeah,
is
we
cogent and
actually
makes
have
sense.
evidence that there was no coup.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like working out what really makes sense and what's really cogent is kind of a long process
What do
to
you
some
mean
extent,
what
and it
makes
requires
sense?
expertise. Because people are drawing different conclusions based on listening to that phone call, for instance, depending on what they know, depending on their attitude, depending on how intelligent they are, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah,
Whereas some things are kind of
dishonest
simple
people
and more obvious, is what I mean.
who depend on people not listening to the call at all claim that it was part of a coup. Yeah. It claims that the phone call said something that it completely did not. All you had to do is
Okay,
listen to
maybe
it.
I'd have to listen to it again. I'm not. It seems to me though, like even the very fact that all these Americans are in a foreign state, encouraging people to take over the state
What do you
is
mean
already kind of crazy.
encouraging people to take over
Well,
the state? Why do you think Euromaidan
what
happened in the first place?
what if a bunch of Russians were I mean, if a bunch of Russians were in Washington D.C., the Americans wouldn't accept that. Passing out cookies to the people that
why do
oppose
you
the
think
American government.
Euromaidan happened in the first place?
I'm not. I mean, I don't want to get into get into that because I'm not. All the evidence isn't fresh in my mind, and I haven't looked at it recently.
So
But
how can you say that there was a coup if you don't have the information, you don't have the evidence, and you don't know anything about it?
that's the view I came to based on looking at a bunch of presentations on it in the past. And sorry, and also my power is quite low. Let's
Okay.
see. I really should actually stop. So, but maybe we could
Okay, pick this
after
up some other
if
time,
I
I
get a chance
guess.
to think through all
Okay.
this stuff,
Okay.
we can
Thank you, sure.
discuss
Okay.
further again.
Thank you.
So thanks for having me.
Oh, God. This, man. I, this was a messy call. I don't know. It was just, it's just, it was a mess from the coup to we couldn't stick to a thing for a second. And it's frustrating. I could not stick to a single thing. Yeah, it was. I don't know. Like, should I be meaner? What am I supposed to do in a situation like this? Should I be meaner to people? I Like a lot of what this was just empty gibberish, and I don't know how to engage with that. I have no clue how to engage with just flooding with empty rhetoric. This is my kryptonite, you know? The Zone is a boxing page. The Zone. Like, come on. Dugin is just a guy that gives you a toolbox when he wrote explicitly a textbook, when he lies, when he just writes down what he believes very explicitly. I didn't even have the chance to get into his whole land empire versus sea empire, and how Dugin explicitly believed that Russia should just dominate over other countries and peoples. Yeah, that guy's an American. Hello, Misonic. Have I seen you here before? Are you new to the stream? Yeah, that guy was American, Californian. I don't know. The fact that this whole argument about Russia's self-defense is just so weak, is just on such shaky ground. I don't I just don't feel like anything was accomplished in this conversation. It just was a bunch of nothing. That's frustrating because it's just we could not stick to a single thing. What does Dugin oppose when it comes to liberal democracies? Well, you know, liberal democracies, what are they really? They can be anything. Well then, if they can be anything, then Dugin is basically opposing nothing. Did you react to the Kurtishliva concession speech yet? Oh no, I just finished the debate. Great, I got ads. On YouTube, you should watch the ads. It give me revenue. I don't know. Any thoughts on how that went? That messy discussion, debate, whatever you want to call it. Any thoughts? Oh, I said that I have not reacted to that yet. I just finished that discussion slash debate. It was great. Wait, what? It was really great? Did I do well? I don't feel like I did well. I actually feel like I did terribly. Why do you think it was great? It was awful. Actually, unironically, on my part. It is self-defense of empire. To defend an empire, you must expand it. So technically, but it's of course dishonest. Yes, I would agree with that. I came here a bit late, but what I did catch sounded ridiculous. I feel like I got a chance to clarify my own thoughts. Well, that's good. I feel like that was very messy for me. Very, very messy. Also, that's a great opportunity for me to say, please consider joining my page, lucyhazard.org/live, and donating or subscribing because, you know, I need funds to live and stuff like that, you know? Is that fair? So the person was very shocked that I was in Ukraine. Like this whole argument of, oh, the United States has done coups in various places, so that means Russia is defending itself. And what happened in Syria with Assad? I didn't want to help the person. Sorry. That was mean of me. The fact that I did not help the person with the name Assad. But the claim that the Syrian conflict started because of some US plan is just okay, that's just completely divorced from reality. Like, how do you engage with this sort of thing? Quick, fuck me, man. It was messy. I cannot say you did bad. It's said easy defending Americans from my experience. I don't know. The Syria thing was the most egregious to me. Yeah, there was this leader in Syria that was ousted. I don't know his name. I don't know who he was. And then America enacted some plan, and that's how the civil war started. What the US did in Syria. Jesus Christ. Syria was the worst possible. Syria was the literally the worst possible example as well. To say that, to say like what a horrible example to give. To say that Russia is justified to self-defense because U.S. presence in Syria. This God. Horrible stuff. Oh man. Any other thoughts of this travesty of a thing that just it happened? I'm a member of both. So what do we do now? I just tuned in to do this. I tuned in for this debate. I thought I'd be debating Dugin and his philosophy, not everything everywhere all at once. And I really hate the argument of it seems to be true, it feels to be correct, I think it's right. I feel this is what happened. And then saying, yeah, intuition is part of evidence. What? No. No, it's not. I have the textbook on screen, actually. Do I even have to mention that the whole idea of Dugin's philosophy is to excuse Russian supremacy? Russian context. Russia is presented as a multi-ethnic civilization where ethnosociology is particularly relevant. Dugin highlights the historical role of the Russian people as an ethnos bearer, unifying the Eurasian space. Welcome back. Seem haggard after this. I did not enjoy this. I will play it. I hate and then the worst part was when I just asked, okay, why do you say with such confidence that it was a coup when you don't know anything about it? Well, I based this on some presentations that I saw. Okay. Okay. I'm ready with Karasu. I missed some of that discussion, but what I heard was playing in the car on the way home, so my mom was listening to the debate as well. Something about Belarus doesn't have much literature to speak of, so they really matter to be don't they really matter to be preserved? Like, what? I know that was wow, that was yeah, that was horrible. Mm, I'm not sure. Yeah, Karasu is doing well. We might as well react to a thing, I guess. Mm, mm. I don't thrive well in chaos, I guess. What I came later, I did not hear that part. Old Belarusian was the language of administration of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Well, it wasn't Old Belarusian per se, it was the Rush language, technically speaking, right? Like, I don't know, Ruthenian. I don't know why the Ruthenian thing throws me off, but you had Kiev Rush, you had the Ruski language, the Rush language, like the Ruthenian language. It was the language of administration for the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, right? And then TLDR, the Grand Duchy of Lithuania did the Union of Lublin. The portions that were later became Ukraine were transferred to the crown, to the Kingdom of Poland. They still used the same Rush languages at that point, and those two languages diverged. They diverged into what became Belarusian and to what became Ukrainian. That's sort of like a TLDR, what happened there. And those languages, because all these groups were part of a Commonwealth, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. So of course, like there's this whole very intrinsic paper on the language relations. I have it in Poland. I should probably translate it and discuss it. There was this whole hierarchy of relations between the languages of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and the Rush language was part of it. And those languages influenced each other, intermixed with each other, which is why Polish and Ukrainian and Belarusian as well share so much vocabulary. This is why Ukrainian has more vocabulary in common than Russian and Ukrainian, because of how these things evolved. Because what became Ukraine and because what became Ukraine and the Kingdom of Poland were part of a single country for longer than Russia and Ukraine were part of a single country, which many people just are so shocked when they hear that. Yeah, I can send it if you want. Are you on the Discord? It's, yeah. It's ridiculous. The Belarus is a prime example of what happens to a country when Russia has its way, because Russia very much wanted Ukraine to be basically Belarus 2.0, which Ukrainians understood in 2014 when they did the Euromaidan, or Euromaidan, as you could call it. Insane examples were given to me during that discussion. When I asked if the Germans and the Austrians are just one people, and the answer was basically, well, you know, Hitler did the Anschluss. Okay. This is where we are, huh? I should have went further with that. I should have asked if Switzerland is Germany, basically, since it also speaks German, right? Are the Swisses basically just Germans? Do you Asians, the United Statians are basically just the Brits? Yeah, you can. I'm gonna send you a link. Hold on. You have to do a little thing after joining, like a verification thing. Gig required. How do I? Oh. God. Dugin. Oh my God. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna check something. Can I actually? Oh God. Wait, hold on. Oh, wrong thing. There we go. The speech. So what is the consensus on how I did with this whole mess? Good, bad, ugly? Give me your give me your judgments. All right. I feel like we have to get into, because, oh man, do we have to get into the history of Sudan now? Syria? Well, what countries did he? Fuck. What countries did he? Oh man. Do I wanna? You did fine? Did I? I don't feel like I did. I don't feel like I did fine. I feel like I did the opposite of fine. Oh yeah, and I also absolutely despise that whole, well, Russia is basically like Twitter when Elon Musk took on Twitter, and people did not like it and they moved to Blue Sky, and that's basically like with Russia that does not to want to be forced to be a liberal democracy. And what? Just such a bizarre little example. What a bizarre example. Why was your guest defending Russia? Because he is a strong believer. Uh, in Dugin. If I would say you did bad, I would be dishonest. How so? Boom. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, let's watch the thing. Because I honestly believe in combating great Russian chauvinism. Okay, do you feel like I actually did well in doing that? In this debate? Do you believe that I did well in that goal? Oh, I got an ad for joining ICE? You're kidding, right? ICE recruits on YouTube? Is ICE recruiting on YouTube now? Misanek, what do you think? Okay. I honestly don't feel like this whole thing went well for me, but you know. Okay, let's watch this.
Let me make mention that I want to applaud everybody in New York
Goat. My goat. Let's watch my goat speech.
City who came out to exercise their right to vote. We will be setting a new record. It hasn't been achieved since I was...
What's wrong with the audio? Why is it mono? Why is it not, why does it only come out of one earpiece? Come on, that's not good. Oh, well. Hello, Zochilex. How do you feel like I did in this whole messy thing? Zochilex, you'll be straight with me. Tell me how you feel like I did. Conrad, how do you feel like I did? The debate was messy and weird. Also, you were fine, you stayed on point, whereas he constantly meandered without cohesion. Okay, God. I tried. Tried to stay on point. A person that asked me to discuss Dugin with him. A Dugin philosophy enjoyer who asked me to have a talk about it on stream. Because he's a Polish goat. Okay? He's my Polish goat that got shot 4 times, and what can I say? How can I not respect that? Okay? He's my Polish goat. Standing means like praising or supporting. Like standing. Oh, God, my ribs hurt. I've hurt myself. I fell down the stairs. Sometimes he felt more like an acolyte than an enjoyer. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You're right about that. Jesus Christ Almighty. She could not just stick to such chaos is my kryptonite, I swear to God. And I'm usually so calm. And there were a few times when I just almost screamed. When I just sort of raised my voice and was like, stop. You know? We cannot interrupt each other nonstop. No, I don't think Shliva is MAGA, but I can die in a fire. Jesus Christ, that's so mean. Why are you being so mean to my goat? Greater Range, it's so mean to be so mean to my goat. My goated Polish comrade in a beret. Conrad understands. You understand, right? Conrad, you understand our goated Polish.
A young boy watching the election in 1969 of John Lindsay. Over 2 million voters. We need to applaud all New Yorkers because men have died in battle so that we have the right to vote. In this case, to choose our next mayor and other elected officials, and the precious right of free speech, which we need to preserve. The answer to hate speech is more free speech, and that's what we represent. But this has always been us.
The answer to hate speech is more free speech? That makes no sense at all, but whatever. You're just that was not a very coherent statement, my goat.
Versus them. This has always been us versus them. From the time
Immemorial.
I declared my candidacy, the masters of the universe, the
I did not expect a He-Man reference, okay, in this. I did not expect to hear a He-Man reference from my goat, but you know, that is why he is my goat, because he references he makes analogies that I understand. The masters of the universe. Conrad says, I guess I appreciate him being able to admit not knowing something from history instead of holding on to his points constantly, apart from parts with Dugin, where he just defended him mindlessly. But there were parts when he admitted, oh yeah, I know, Levi is the goat. He is my personal goat, okay? Say whatever you want. Levi is my personal goat. But I don't know, the guy sometimes admitted to not knowing something from history and still stubbornly kept to his point. He was like, oh yeah, I don't know what happened in 2014. I don't know what happened with the Euromaidan. I don't know why it happened. I don't really know what happened there. But I still think it was a coup because I watched some presentations and they told me that it was. Like, okay. And then he said that intuition is part of evidence-based reasoning, which just threw me for a loop. Okay, let's listen to my goat.
billionaires decided that I should not have the right to represent all of you, to be the voice of the voiceless, the working class people who are the backbone of this city. So the billionaires and the insiders and the influencers
will sit.
Continue to put the pressure on to say, Curtis, you don't have the right to run. We will determine who the next mayor is.
We will determine who the next mayor is. True, true, true.
And you remember what I told them.
You remember what I told them.
No.
No, no, 3 times no.
And then they bribed me as much as $10 million. And I'll never forget, my great wife Nancy was listening to that final call when a person said to me, come on, Curtis, everybody has a price.
Come on, Curtis.
Well, guess what? We don't have a price. You can't buy us, rent us, lease us. We are not for sale. We are the people.
You are the pee and the poo. We totally can. Oh yeah, Shriva grabbed some votes from Cuomo, which is cool. That's why he's my GOAT as well. That is exactly one of the reasons why he is my GOAT as well, because I assume that if those votes would not have went to Shriva, they would have went to Cuomo.
So we have a mayor-elect. Obviously, I wish him good luck, because if he does well, we do well. But I will tell you this.
Yeah.
We have spent 2 years organizing this movement. It's not just Republicans or Democrats or independents. It's animal lovers. It's people who've been disenfranchised.
Wait,
People who have been...
are animal lovers a separate category from Republicans and Democrats and independents? It's Democrats, Republicans, independents, and then animal lovers. That almost sounds weird. Animal lovers, but whatever. I'm not gonna go into detail. Yeah, he is. It's his concession speech. Okay, it's his concession speech to Mamdani.
pushed to the side, whose voices have not been heard. The homeless, the emotionally disturbed, the veterans, the people who ride the subways. We've been with them each and every day. And we will not surrender.
Oh yeah, apparently he was actually a pretty decent local politician, by the way, when it comes to, I don't know, not being awful to minorities, etc.
Not retreat. We will not leave this city of New York. Yes. Yes. We will improve. Yes. We will not move. And let me warn our new leader. If you try to implement socialism, if you try to
implement socialism, I don't think anybody understands what socialism is, but whatever. If you try to implement socialism, oh my goat. Oh, my goat does not understand what socialism is, but whatever. It's fine.
Under our police, weak and impotent, if you forsake the people's public safety, we're not only organizing, but we are mobilizing, and we will become the mayor-elect and his supporters' worst enemies, worst nightmare. Yes.
Oh, my internet today is not very well as well. Like, it has disconnected me a few times throughout this whole discussion, by the way. The video keeps buffering as well.
We, the people.
I mean, obviously, Mamdani is the real GOAT because, I mean, he won, but listen, Shliva is like the Red Beret GOAT.
Will always be united. We, the people, will always be united. That has been our quest from day one.
Oh my God, the internet is so bad right now.
Some of the most powerful people in the world mobilized to silence us and to tell people, don't vote for Curtis Sliwa. Don't vote for you, the people. Vote for Andrew Cuomo.
Boo! Interesting that he's crapping on Cuomo rather than on Mamdani. This is like I am taking a note of that.
They tried to bribe me out of this race.
True.
The best thing I have in this entire world is my lovely wife, Nancy. Like so many other New Yorkers who dedicated her life.
I already gave my opinion on when he was talking about socialism. Everybody hates Cuomo.
To rescuing animals in distress. And yet, some of the most powerful people in the world made fun of
I already said that my goat does not seem to understand what socialism is, but that's okay.
And me for what we do. To care for animals, to care for people. That's the humanitarian thing to do. That's not political. That's what people should be doing for other people. So although the most powerful people in the world turned others against us, in this time where we could have saved the city, we will continue our mission.
The buffering is bad.
We're not leaving to Florida or Georgia or North Carolina or South Carolina, Texas or Tennessee. We stay, we fight for what we know is right. Never surrender. We improve.
Never say
we
give.
don't move. This movement continues on in the subways, in the streets, in the neighborhoods.
In the sheets.
Where all of you, the people, are from. And we will continue to fight, 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 fight. And tonight,
What a beautiful speech.
those people who think they're
Very
powerful
charismatic.
and think we're powerless will understand that the people have spoken. One person, one vote. And now we will hold the mayor-elect to make sure that he serves all the people and that socialism does not replace capitalism. Law and order must be imposed to keep our city safe and secure. We want everybody to know, if you're young or old, you can stay in New York, you can prosper, you can live the American dream.
Is he gonna move to Florida?
I swear to
Cuomo
all
moving
of you,
to Florida now?
on behalf of my wife Nancy, myself, and everybody who made this effort possible, we will continue on. They have not stopped us. They have not silenced our voices. We will prevail in honor of our parents and grandparents. The tradition of America will grow and prevail and prosper, and it will be we the people who will be successful. I want to thank my campaign team that has been magnificent, comprised of millennials and Gen Zers. James Perone, who's been our campaign manager. Outstanding. Some of the young men and women who are part of our social networking team, which, as you can see, has really put our message forward. I want to thank Rob Cole, who's been our senior campaign organizer. I want to thank the chairman and chairwomen of the 5 counties of New York City, the Republican leaders who stood by my side and did not bend or bow to the pressure that was coming from up high. And I hope by tonight's tally, we will see a number of our Republicans down ballot who are elected into office to be the checks and balances to the Democrats who are the majority. And I really hope that people will have heard us, and on the back of the ballot, the initiative and referendum will have voted no, no, no,
No.
to the city of yes, which is going to destroy your residential quality of life. So understand this. This is a setback tonight, but this is what democracy is about. One person,
I don't see it
one
as a
vote.
setback, my goat.
They may have won this battle, but we're going to
Win this war. Is he gonna say it? Is he gonna say we're gonna win this war?
continue the fight.
Oh. But he was gonna say
We will
we were
not
gonna win
leave.
this
We
war.
will fight, and win at the ballot box in the future. Thank you for coming tonight. Thank you for being there in support. Thank you to Governor George Pataki, who's been a supporter. And thank you to Rudy Giuliani, who stood by my side with George Pataki. Thank you for all coming. Thank you. Enjoy the night, because we got a lot of work to do to save our city. Thank you. Thank you.
Yay! That was amazing, wasn't it? Wasn't this cool? That was great. This is why I love my goat so much. Prison Sunday is online.
Morals. Nietzsche. Very good. Recommend that one. Twilight of the Idols maybe is a good introduction to that. Yeah. That's where I'd go. You could even just go to much older books on ethics. Like if you went to Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics, you would immediately find that ethics in that context, which is synonymous with morals, by the way. Moralis rather is simply Latin as opposed.
Okay. Oh. Look at that. How smart is a German Shepherd? How smart do you think German Shepherds are? Aren't you curious how smart German Shepherds are?
How smart is a German Shepherd?
Super smart. Especially when it's Fido.
Ever wondered how smart a German Shepherd really is?
Yes.
These dogs could practically run a small company, minus the coffee breaks. Give them a clipboard and a headset, and they'd probably start managing the house better than most humans. Studies rank them in the top 3 smartest breeds on Earth, capable of understanding over 100 words and commands. While most dogs take 10 tries to learn something new, a German Shepherd nails it in less than 5. That's like a kid solving math problems while others still look for the pencil. Their memory is razor sharp. Miss one training session and they'll still remember next week. But here's the twist. Their intelligence comes with sensitivity. Raise your voice too harshly, and this confident protector might shut down faster than your Wi-Fi during a storm. They thrive on purpose, not punishment. Give them puzzles, challenges, and affection, and they'll read your mood like a therapist with a tail.
Aww. Bushek, look at that.
How smart is
Yeah, German Shepherds are the smartest dogs ever. That's true. German Shepherd meets tiny kittens first time months together. Aww. Look at that. Look at that. Aww. It's like Fido.
Do they smell nice? Good boy.
Aww.
Good boy. Oh, are you giving them a bath?
Aww.
Here's your mama cat. Here's our mama cat.
Aww.
Girl. Oh, my tiger, you're such a sweet pup.
Aww. Look, you get scared.
Bless you.
Look, he got scared. He got nervous. Did you see him flinch?
You got scared. Bless you. It's okay. He's not dangerous. He's not gonna harm you.
Aww. Isn't that cute? Why dogs always live in alliance with cats, contrary to the stereotype? I mean, it depends on how you raise the dog, right? A lot of the dog's attitude comes from how the owner is, I think. Aww. Look, he's grooming himself. Fido does that as well. She's also interested in the ball. Fido loves playing with balls.
No. It's not your ball. I'm sorry. Here's yours.
Aww.
Here, take it. No. On this one? Why? Much smaller. For the keys.
Aww. That is amazing. That is just great. Okay. Okay. Did you cover the attack on Ukraine from today? Many blackouts. I have not covered it yet. I know there's last night when I was streaming there was some explosions. I've heard the anti-air work very hard. There were some blackouts in Kyiv, but thank God there was no blackout here. Also, there's been scheduled blackouts recently in Kyiv. We keep losing electricity. If the stream dies for a moment, then that just means that we've lost electricity. But I do have a battery right now hooked up, so I'll be able to come back if anything happens. Oh yeah, you're right. Let's play that game. You're right. Why not? I don't know. That game looks kinda you know? I don't mean to be horrible, but that game just feels you know? Is it awful for me to say that this game kind of feels Window capture. Hello, Philippe. August. It's a challenging game. There are many challenging games. Final Fantasy Tactics is a challenging game. I'm not sheep. I don't just follow what's popular. So let me check something. I saw a Ukrainian vlogger I watched post that it was the biggest attack on energy infrastructure. It was pretty big, yeah. Although we still have electricity today so far. FF Tactics is a snooze fest. We'll see if this game won't be a snooze fest, won't we? FF Tactics is an amazing game, okay? How dare you? Okay, let's. Oh yeah, because this is not a snooze fest at all. Ooh, oh. Is everything okay? No, we had some kind of an interference. Something's wrong, we're going to crash. Dude, that was scary. The sound is loud? Yeah. I don't know how to... But this game does not seem to... Oh, there we go. Now it should be better. I think now it should be better. Oh god, I hate it when games do not work with the thing, with the software. Also, Final Fantasy Tactics is also very highly rated on Steam, if we're going to go with that argument. Just saying. Oh, I don't know. We could play it today. Forest. A game can be good and boring to watch. That's true. That is very true. Wonder why the ship teleported me here alone. I hope everyone else got out okay. What do those C's do? I press C and nothing happens. I press C and nothing happens. What do those C's mean? Oh. Okay. I guess. He died. Oh. I'm not a very patient person, as you can see. Congratulations, you have found a shiny trinket. 1 out of 20. Brilliant. Oh, okay. Oh my god. Can anyone hear? Violent. Is that you? Violet. Violet, not violent. Violet. Violet. Captain, you're okay. Something has gone horribly wrong with the ship's teleporter. I think everyone has been teleported away randomly. They could be anywhere. Oh no. I'm on the ship. It's damaged badly, but it's still intact. Where are you, Captain? How can it be intact and badly damaged? I'm on some sort of space station. It seems pretty modern. There seems to be some sort of independence in this dimension. Whoa, cool. I missed the checkpoint again, because I'm not a very patient person. What's another one of those shiny things? Probably don't really need it, but it might be nice to take it back to the ship to study. Oh. This game would be good while traveling on a train or something, I guess, yeah. Might be. I'll be right back. I'm back. Oh. Oh my gosh. I do like the soundtrack actually. But then again, I'm a sucker for 8-bit music. I played a lot of 8-bit games, but just I will say that the captain looks like a chum. Oh god. I can die. Isn't this game just 8-bit Gravity Rush, by the way? Just saying. Isn't this game basically just Gravity Rush? It's a game when you played around with gravity. I'm going to show it later. Oh, fuck. Annoying. Oh, I just did this randomly. I didn't mean to do that, actually, and ironically. I just blindly found a solution. Oh, I completely forgot about this. Oh. Oh my gosh. I'm about to give up. This game frustrates me. What am I supposed to do here? Where do I go from here? Stupid game. Stupid game. Yeah, but FF Tactics is a better game. So I feel incentivized to continue with FF Tactics, and here, you know. Oh boy. Is there some alternative road that I'm supposed to take here? I have to admit, I have no clue what I'm supposed to do. I was supposed to somehow reach that platform to the right, or what? What is expected of me? What is being expected of me? Let's have to go over the spikes and drillers all the way down. Wait, really? Oh, okay. That was surprisingly easy. Felt like I messed myself up by trying to do something that I wasn't supposed to do. Ah! What the fuck? I clicked the button. This is stupid. And I hate it. There we go. I won. Hooray. I won. Jesus Christ almighty. I moved 1 inch to the... Frustrating. What the... This is such a... By the way, this game is epilepsy incarnate, okay? Nobody can persuade me otherwise. This game should have epilepsy warning. With the amount of flashing things on screen. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. That's useful. Very, very good. keeps on annoying him. Here we go. Oh wow, okay. I have a second screen. Hold on. I'm gonna use a... Hold on. I'll be right back. Hold on, hold up. Wow, okay. Nice. Yep. This is cool. Yep. I have a... I have a USB. Yep. And an HDMI. Whoop. Okay, now it's just copying the screen, but I want it to be more of a... Ah, there we go, that's better. Don't switch. Hold up. Now I can have the game on one. Oh, this is great. This is great. Display settings. Okay, so I will keep the chat on the second. Oh, this is great. This is amazing. Okay, yes. This is what I wanted. And now I can do this. Zoop. So now I can have the chat on this screen. Having two screens is great. Oh, so useful. I don't have to check the chat on the app anymore. Okay. Now we can continue a little bit. Oh, I should. Ow. Oh my god. I'm dying. Also, I should eat something. Should eat something. About hachapuri. Okay. Hmm. Oh, it's a game that was recommended to me by Greater8. You missed the debate in Kub. You missed my debate. Maybe that's for the best because I don't feel like I did very well in it, but you know. Yeah? Oh yeah, you're right. You're actually right. Thanks. You actually can clear the first fight just by holding right. A debate on Dugin, yeah. Oh, I wanted it to be a debate on Dugin, but it was a debate on everything. It was such a chaotic debate. Oh God, I don't. Mm. It did not go well for me, in the sense that it was just so chaotic. Some Dugin enjoyer. To be fair, I would not say that it went well for them either, but that's not really an accomplishment. Yeah, it was a bad debate in general, yeah. But I also feel like I could have done better. No, it's not. The game is not muted. You should be able to hear it. Yeah, you should be able to hear the game. Why? Should be able to hear it fine. I'll have to check something real quick. I can hear the music. I don't know what happened. You should be able to hear the music. I did not turn anything off. Wait, hold on. Maybe I think I know. Ah, yes. Okay, now I know what's happening. Can you hear it again? Hold on, I have to do something real quick. There you go. Course submission. Okay. I'm doing pretty well in this game, I feel like. Right? I feel like I'm doing pretty well. I feel like I'm... Wait, cool. To be honest, it's been a hot minute since I've been on my PlayStation. I'm using a PC nowadays. You know, it's worth having friends on the PlayStation as well, I feel like. It's been a hot minute since I've been on the PlayStation as well, to be honest. But it's kind of cool to have friends on different things. I'll be right back. I have to warm up some food. I'm pretty hungry. I have not eaten much today. What do you think, Raider Rain? Am I doing good in the game? How am I doing? Also, I'm playing the game. I'm keeping my promise. Rare form today. Nice, thank you. I do have to say that the soundtrack of this game does a lot of work for it. Positive work. I actually thought that I could get through this but just by oh. I did get through it just by pressing forward. Goodness. All right, let's continue. You know how all people always say that Souls games are difficult but fair? I actually don't agree with that. I think Souls games have a lot of BS things around them, but games like this are very simple, but I think that difficult but fair feels very fitting to games like this. And the other game, the N+++. I can hear if you mess up, you really can only blame yourself and nothing else. I don't know. Feels like games like this that are simple enough in the core mechanics that like there's not many BS moments to speak of. So difficult but fair is very fitting to a game like this. Like whenever I die, I really feel like I have only myself to blame. Yeah, it does. There's quite a few checkpoints. We set up a lot of levels set again, plus there's some really action-packed levels. Oh, well that's cool. Yeah, Héctor Carazo. Oh. Interesting. Ah, yes, I did want to check something. Because maybe I'm... Okay, you play this with the controller, actually? Can you play this game with the controller? Please tell me this game supports the controller. Please tell me so. Oh, that would be sweet. Hold on. Does it? No. No, it does not. Does it? Ah, of course it doesn't. Of course. Major minus points for this. So why are you playing the demo? Because I don't have money on my account to buy the full version. Hmm. Oh, goodness. Why did that kill me? That's weird. That's... Ay, ay, ay. Oh boy. What? Okay. Why did I die here? That was weird. I thought I had a great idea for this, but yeah, really, I don't know. I feel like I. You think so? Hmm. Hmm. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like I do have to hit the blocks actually. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Oh. I think we're getting into an idea here. Okay, we have almost got it. Feel like. Almost got it. Yes, we got it. There we go. Good advice. Not focusing on the platforms. Alright. We can do this now. Oh, okay. Okay. I feel like I deserve a donation for this achievement. Hold on, I have to check something real quick. I want to check how the videos are doing. Give the bots some love. I think they deserve some love. Who's the donkey now? Me. Hello. 10 people watching. I guess this has a good stream game. Press like in the stream if you can. Oh, thank you. Hello, Tom Cracks. Free Palestine. True. 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 Well said. Are you new to this stream? Oh, I didn't see your comment, sadly. I didn't see you there. Should pay more attention to the Twitch chat. That was a silly way to die. Oh no, Captain, are you stuck here too? No, I'm not. Are you? Are you stuck? It's okay, I'm here to rescue you. Let me explain everything. What? I didn't understand any of that. Oh well, don't worry. Follow me. Oh, I have food. I'll be right back. I'm going to the toilet. Hello. Oh yeah, do I have a sauce? One moment. I should have a sauce. Apologies for eating by on stream, but I have not eaten much. Oh, damn, thank you. Ah. Ouch, 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 ouch. Damn. Have I beaten the demo? There you go, we've beaten the demo. How do you like that? Isn't that cool? Oh, 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 God. Oh my God. Holy crap. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's enough. Um, Oh, man. True. True, true, true. All right. We might as well do some...
Like a lot of it's going out into space as we speak.
To what? To reject the gospel?
Well, no, to make a public statement disavowing your religious beliefs in order to save your life, right? That's not universal.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
You don't, but you kind of have to know about that. If you're asserting that these people like rejected a particular message and that it was present, but you don't know anything about them, like why would you assert that? You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know these people. You don't know their situation. We have no basis for saying this. Do you even know like of the existence of written texts in these tribes? Most of them didn't even have writing. That's why a lot of them, like for example, one of the perverse consequences of the conquistadors in Mexico was that Aztec culture was able to survive because they were taught to write. So they wrote down their traditional stories and such.
Great. Good for
Yeah.
them. They civilized. Good job.
Well, that's not they civilized. Actually, when the conquistadors got there, they were impressed by the sophistication of their culture and their technology and their social organization. They were tremendously civilized. They had a bigger city than most cities in Europe. Tenochtitlan was huge.
Really?
Really?
Were they still throwing like? Were they still bloodletting and stuff on the top of the pyramids? And
there were indeed bloodletters in Spain at the time. Yes. Yeah. Oh, sorry, you were talking about the Aztecs. My mistake. Yeah, they were doing that too. No, the conquistadors. They instead just cheated people out of their land and murdered them. They were much more civilized. You know, they had the gospel.
That's rough.
Yeah, a little bit. They raped a lot of women too. Made them into slaves because they had the gospel. Great. Yeah. Did they reject the gospel?
I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm not them.
Oh, now all of a sudden you weren't there. It's fascinating.
I never claimed to have been there.
Oh, I know you didn't. I just think I think it's amazing that you would assert that all of these complex textual cultural artifacts had a mirror image in this place about which you know nothing. But you're ambiguous as soon as it concerns people who are very obviously going against the writ of that, but they're Europeans, so you're going to give them the benefit of the doubt. That's a little strange to me. You know, I find that weird. I think, oh, something else is going on here.
I don't follow.
That's okay. I don't think you know anything about what you're talking about. I'm going to be blunt. And what denomination are you, by the way? Someone asked. I'm just curious.
I'm a Christian.
You're a Christian, just non-denominational?
I follow Christ.
You follow Christ?
Yep.
Okay, which means what?
It means I try to do what Christ taught us to do.
What did Christ teach you to do?
To love God, to love your neighbor, to tell the truth. You abstain from sin.
You were just gloating about people who were raped, murdered, and enslaved being civilized by also being forced to learn to write in Spanish.
I was gloating?
You just said, oh, they were civilized. Good for them.
Don't you think civilization's good?
I don't consider rape, murder, and enslavement and abuse to be civilizing.
Is that what I was talking about, or was I talking about
that is indeed what we were talking about.
No, I was talking about them learning to write. I think that's great. Literacy is great, isn't
it? They already did actually record information with a pen. They didn't have the same needs. But
you said the opposite of that.
No, I said a lot of different tribes that didn't even have writing, so the idea that there was a written gospel present in any capacity makes no sense. And if they don't need the written gospel, it begs the question, why did you?
Who says I did?
Oh, so you talked to God directly, did you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know, Justice, welcome. We're having fun here. Well, the Aztecs, strictly speaking, didn't write the way we think of it. They did record, but they used A different type of symbol tree.
Well, they should have learned how to make guns, though, eh?
Should have learned how to make guns.
Yeah.
How do you make guns?
Wouldn't that have been helpful knowledge?
Oh, I imagine it would be. It's why a lot of them bought guns. But like, guns are interesting tools, aren't they? They're made of materials that come from vastly different places. They have very limited use. They require skills in metalworking. They require mining. That depends tremendously.
Civilization, in other words, yeah.
Well, no, they depend on particular economies, unless you think that civilization only began when the first hand cannons were invented. That would sort of imply that the Romans weren't civilized.
No, I'm implying that you can't have hand cannons develop without civilization.
Probably not, yeah. But I don't think the condition of civilization is having hand cannons. And I don't think it's a sign of being uncivilized that you haven't developed a particular technology whose sole purpose is destroying other human beings.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Why would you say that?
Well, you either want to survive or you don't. If you reject technology,
yeah, but I'm the wrong person to argue that with. We'll learn why in a couple seconds. Why do you think so? Continue, please.
If you want to interrupt me and then ask me to continue, I'm going to lose my train of thought. So
go on. I won't interrupt.
No, I don't even know what I was saying.
You were explaining the needfulness of lethal weapons in order for civilization to exist.
No, I think I said the opposite. I think civilization is a prerequisite for hand cannons.
Well, I just retorted, well, I don't think a place is uncivilized because it lacks a technology whose sole function is killing other human beings.
All right, well, if that civilization gets destroyed by another civilization who sees the necessity of it, then I guess you're wrong.
Well, if another civilization has to pre-exist to see the necessity of it to have the technology, then obviously it's not a condition of civilization to have those things. This is a basic chicken and the egg problem. If you need civilization to have those tools, then obviously civilization is not required to have those tools because we have them, right?
And we have civilization too.
And civilization and civilization 3 and civilization 4. No, but like seriously, if you need those tools to have civilization, then a civilization cannot arrive at the conclusion absent those tools that it must have those tools. They must already have them by default, right?
At this point in time, yeah.
But not at any point, not at every point in time?
There was another debate.
At a certain point in time, they didn't exist.
What was the other debate?
Okay, so then civilization can exist without those tools.
This is a bit interesting. I don't think this person's following what is being said. What was earlier? There was another debate.
And I never said otherwise. Those tools can't
I mean, you explicitly said otherwise. You're qualifying.
Yeah, you did. You did say otherwise explicitly.
Yeah, no.
No, I said 3 times that those tools can't exist absent civilization.
Well, I agree with that, but then I pointed out that it's not a mark of them not having civilization that they didn't have those tools. Those tools are the result of like specific technologies that are themselves dependent on particular economies. Those wouldn't be universal depending on where you are in the world, no matter what your level of know-how is. Even if you have like the perfect knowledge of how to create them, you couldn't necessarily make them anywhere. Like they take particular resources, they take particular relations of labor in order to extract those resources at a scale where you can actually like arm large numbers of men and continue to arm them with those things. That's not just like a universal given where it's just, there's even like bad books written about this, like Guns, Germs, and Steel, that particularly talk about you are actually geographically constrained in terms of the types of technologies that are even available to you to create, because they involve huge networks of economic relations.
Right, but if they were more civilized, they would have conquered more nations and they would have had access to those things.
They conquered a lot of nations, actually. The Aztecs in particular.
Didn't conquer enough, did they?
What is the argument here exactly? Wait, they didn't conquer enough, but they were dominant in their domain. You mean they didn't cross the sea and conquer the Spanish?
Jeez, they didn't know how to make big boats. Dang.
Why would they
Bad luck.
Why would they make big boats? They had the stuff they needed there.
They didn't have what it took to defend themselves.
But they actually kind of did. The conquistadors made alliances with other tribes, allowed themselves to be mistaken as divines, and then cheated their way in after they were welcomed into Tenochtitlan on the bridge. You don't know any of the history here, so I'm at a bit of a disadvantage here, but like
Hold on, I have to check something. What's this about? This is about, I think, colonization and why the colonizers were good, actually. It feels that way. Oh, this article, this is about the shock therapy. Shock therapy in Poland and different places. This is part of my today's debate.
they literally did not simply overpower the Aztecs with technology. They also had to use guile. There were many fewer of them than there were Aztecs. And yeah, they had a
So
massive
they were more
technological
advanced
advantage.
at war fighting. Oh no, they were more advanced at war fighting.
Well, they weren't
Shucks.
they weren't at war. They weren't at war with them. The strategy of European colonizing forces when they came to the New World was not to go to war with the natives. It was to trick the natives into having ceremonies that symbolically ceded their sovereignty to the crown, so that the crown could then justify just appropriating their land with more and more men. But at that point, they didn't even know they existed. right? They were discovering these peoples as they went. But also, if China suddenly had a just through sheer numbers, let's say, okay, we'll take the right wing tack. Let's say China managed to get such huge numbers of people that they can just overwhelm Europe and just take over everywhere. Would that mean they're more civilized than you? Would that be your read on that? Just the bare fact of being able to assert brute, violent power means you're more civilized?
If they're better at war fighting, they win. There's no argument. It's whoever
Well,
wins.
we all have
right?
we all have nuclear weapons right
Survival of the
now.
fittest.
Well, hang on, we all have nuclear weapons right now. So if there was a giant nuclear exchange, the country that survived would be more civilized than the ones that didn't.
Wouldn't it? The country that survives would still have civilization intact.
Well, I mean, in the sense of you're comparing a living thing to a dead thing, but in terms of their actual properties, like it would be roll of the dice, right? Whoever hit the right things first.
And what's your point? Whoever's more advanced has more advanced weaponry.
My point is that you seem to be incredibly godless for someone who claims to follow the love thy neighbor.
You mean my debate or President Sunday's? President Sunday, I don't know because I'm just watching it right now. My went about 2 hours, I guess.
As yourself, guy.
I'm just watching this for the first time. I don't know how long it went.
You say so. I don't.
Oh my! About
well, I don't think I say so.
It was very chaotic. It was very chaotic. It was. I'm not super happy by how it went, by the way. I'm not super happy by how that debate went for me. To be quite honest. Yeah, you missed it. You've missed my Dugin debate, which it was supposed to be a Dugin debate, but instead it was a little bit of everything debate, which frustrated me a bit. We even talked about shock therapy in Poland, which I feel should not have been a thing.
I think your holy book says so, actually.
Does it?
Yeah.
Today.
Anywho.
Happened today.
This has been a revealing conversation. Thank you for coming on. Most people don't. I appreciate it. Any final thoughts?
Down
Or your
my
last
mic.
word?
No, I'm good. Have a good one.
Cheerio.
Well, that was interesting.
That was weird.
Probably the Bible. The guy says, the person said they were Christian. Follower of Christ, so I assume the Bible. Ah, snap Supreme Court explanation. We're gonna have to look into that one. Oh. True, this could have been the Book of Mormon. Maybe we don't debate under the influence next time. Oh, this sounds interesting. Debating under the influence. Okay. Why not? Why the hell not? Beta blockers.
Looks like next up we have Dante. I'm not sure what Dante wants to talk about. I guess we're going to find out. Dante, welcome to stream. If you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Hey, how you doing, Joven? I'm 29,
pronouns.
and I go by he, him.
Oh. Well,
Okay, now Dante,
that
you
is
said
shocking.
a friend of yours told you to call in. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my friend Nala, she said that it'd be interesting to hear us talk because I have a lot of political views that are I'm more in the middle rather than on either side kind of thing.
Okay.
And I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little uneducated when it comes to current events. I kind of stopped watching it because it's just so stressful these days.
All right. Well, Dante, what would you label yourself politically? Like, who? Or easier question: who did you vote for in the last election?
Okay, that does simplify things. I will tell you this: I did vote for Donald Trump, but I believe that I was a victim of misinformation.
I was a victim of circumstance. There was nothing that I could do.
Type of shit. Because I was only hearing shit like Kamala Harris is an alcoholic, Joe Biden is dying, and blah, blah, blah. All this other
What?
stuff.
Oh, boy. Kamala Harris is an alcoholic. Joe Biden is dying.
I was just hearing a lot of negative things. And my father, of course, he's a conservative. I live in North Carolina, so, I'm around a bunch of rednecks everywhere. So I hear that all the time. And my dad's like, you better vote for Trump, son. And I'm like, okay, whatever. And now I'm seeing all the crazy stuff going on with food stamps. Like, I'm on food stamps.
Oh, you
I
better
have
vote for Trump,
disabilities
son.
myself, and I'm suffering from it as a white guy, a white cisgendered guy. And by the way, I am pansexual, so if that adds into the equation at all.
Okay. Okay.
So I don't know what I would consider myself politically these days. I wouldn't say I'm left because they're doing a lot of crazy shit too. And I wouldn't say I'm right because they're doing a lot of crazy shit.
Well, what crazy stuff is the left doing that you disagree with?
Just all I don't know, the protests are getting out of hand, man. People getting arrested and fucking injured and stuff like that. There's better ways to go about it, I feel like.
What are the left doing to make the protests get out of hand, though, specifically?
Oh, come on now.
Yeah, come on.
Come on, what?
Screaming in people's faces, stuff like that, interrupting businesses, like that, had nothing to do with politics.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Okay, so hold on.
I see that stuff happening.
So hold on, Dante, because
okay,
screaming isn't illegal, right? So I shouldn't be arrested.
No, not at all.
But
it's just.
Okay, the internet's choking up a bit, so I guess I'm just gonna finish for now. We've been streaming for a long time, so I'll see you. I've actually only tuned in to do that weird debate that I've had, so I'm gonna raid you into somebody. I guess time to say goodbye. Let me see. Jesus. Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise. Where's the... Yes. Where's the edit thing? So that I can... I don't know. Edit... so that I can... Oh, there you go. Oh. I see how it is. Why is the edit button eaten? What the hell? What? And who do I raid you to? Riverboat Jack, there you go. Okay, bye-bye.